lessons. Had it all, but you craved attention, drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shattered me to pieces like broken
Good afternoon. How is everyone doing today? Where's my camera gone? There we go. Okay, so 32,000 cannonballs have now been made. We ran out completely, pretty much, going for the spooky scroll, which we have not got yet. I'll show in a second. But it is time to move on to one of the slightly less scary scrolls. And that comes in the form of the skeletons. So all we have to do really is find out where we're going to be putting our cannon down and which skeletons will be best to kill. So yeah, all the prep has been done. It's time to get stuck in. Glad to hear it, NG mate. Glad to hear it. I am doing A-OK. Cannonball making is not the most fun, but it's done now. I still have some steel bars, so technically I was supposed to have 50,000. Didn't quite work out. It took way longer than I thought, and I got a bit busier IRL than anticipated. So we have 32,000 to work with. You're not going to have a cannonball making stream, as enjoyable as that sounds. Yeah, we can get straight back into scroll hunting. Dev, that is good to hear, my friend. Meeting moved. Can rot your brain here a bit longer. So, and of course, Mr. Dank, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, my friend. How are we looking? We are all good. Okay then. So there's a couple of different areas that we may go to for the skeleton scroll hunt. I will show you where we're at the moment with it. We have the Lesser Demon Champion Scroll, the Joga, the Zombie, the Giant, and the Ghoul. We do not have the Devil Scroll, which is the Earth Warrior Scroll. However, we have been making some progress towards it off of stream. 2,501 kills to be precise. I think with the way that the loot tracker works is sometimes there's a 0 drop, so it doesn't quite count. It doesn't always register a kill, even if you did get one, if it's no drop. So I think we're closer to about 3,000 kills now-ish. And I have had my butthole clenched the entire time. Even though it's very, very easy wilderness, you know? It's not too spooky, in all things considered. But, yeah, maybe I'm just a massive pussy when it comes to the wildy. As soon as this red helmet goes, I won't be as scared, but I want to hold on to it. Now that I've got it, you know. Let's at least try and hit 2k total level first. So yeah, sidetracked already. Skeletons. Welcome, Jack, mate. Hope you're doing alright. Pixar, I mean, I could, but he will hunt me down and kill me because my PK skills are non-existent. That would just be sad. We have the Karamja dungeon. I believe you can actually set a cannon up the top here and then just run back and forth. So that's probably looking like the place I'm going to go to. The alternative is... where is it? Potentially the dig site, I was told. I don't know if you can set a cannon down there, though, but there's a bunch of skeletons down in the dig site dungeon. Maybe there. I think we'll try out the Karamja place first, as I think that is probably the easiest to get to and try out for 1,000 kills or something, and then if it's no good, we'll just move on. But yeah, I'm feeling good about today. It seems to be the trend that whenever we are just about to end the stream, we get a scroll. We're going to start with a scroll this time, right? Mark my words. Today, we start with a scroll. I really need to set up a gear tab for all this because it's all over the place. But hopefully we got some believers today. I think we G1. A nice easy scroll, I mean. How are we looking? We need a ring of wealth, and a blessing. We need our teleports, our all-important Torstal, which also, very, very big news for the account. See that there? That is 8 staminas that we have right now. So we are only missing 2 more, and we get a run restore pool in the house. I know, calm down. I'm so excited for it, and it's such a sad thing to get that excited about, but to have that in the house it'll make things so much nicer. Just TPM back farm runs, restore your energy. It's going to be a good day when that happens. But for now, let's make sure that we have all of the other bits that we need. Got one of those. Let us take this. What else would I usually take with me? I can't even remember now. To be honest, that should be fine. Evening, Quibus. How you doing? Hope everyone has had a relatively relaxed Wednesday. It is the halfway point of the week, if you don't work weekends, of course. Moving towards that beloved weekend. Okay, I don't even think I need food, but I'll take some. And this should be fine. Sorry, Mr. Cat, my friend. To be fair, I technically will be... Wait, did I dodge the editing? I was on a shoot in London yesterday, which was a long one. But I don't think I'm editing that, so maybe I've escaped this weekend. We'll see. Right, total skeletons killed. We have a few already. And I think they were collateral from the lesser demons. And I think we actually hit about 400-ish. I'm a tea slurper, by the way, so if the mic picks that up, I don't apologise. To enjoy a tea properly, you must slurp. If you don't, I don't want to know you. Drive by imp. There. Right, I should be able to set up the cannon up the top here somewhere. Good afternoon, Mr. Grimm. How are you doing? This should be a good place to set it up. Maybe a bit further down. We'll try it here for a minute. If it all goes well. Oh, they have 17 health. Maybe I'm doing this in the wrong order. You know what? Forget it. Forget the order. We've done the worst ones. Maybe mixing it up is what we need here. We do this, we mix up the order. It should be hobgoblins, but we do skeletons. And then we get the scroll first. Oh, it was a cash stack I would have on me. That was it. Due to all the coins that I'm going to get from this grind. Fantastic wealth and riches. What if I put it here? So we already have 497 skeletons killed, and as I said, pretty much every single one of those was collateral from the lesser demons. But as you can see, 17 health means they are susceptible to a one-shot from the cannon. This spot doesn't look great so far. bronze bars. Get in there. What if I move it to here? Because there's some skeletons that are down here, so if they get shot by the cannon, then I just run around up here smacking them. That could work. Oh, but these ones have 59 health. Confusion. Oh, why are these so healthy? Not to worry about. All the skeletons have the same drop chance no matter what level they are. It's just about convenience of killing them. So as long as the cannon does its thing down there, I'll be fine. I do believe this will be another set of non-exciting drops though. Because they don't seem particularly... particularly exciting drop table. Maybe just bones and some gold then. That's fine. Okay, so the cannon will help me kill the ones down here, and then the ones up the top I can just run up and one tap with melee. So that might be the way to go. Well, hopefully it sent you to sleep. Or maybe not sent you to sleep. I still don't know how to take that one. Some people drift off to some of the videos. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not precious. But about 5-6 hour streams now. So a decent amount of time just to switch it on, turn your brain off to. I always find it fascinating what people do for work. And there's always the kind of thing, is like, how did you get to that place? What made you want to do it? Circumstance, fell into it. Money's the obvious one. Oh no, not more beginner clues. I mean, yay. Yeah, there's a lot of different things out there that there are jobs that you just don't know about either. So many like very niche jobs that you just get to find out by chatting to people. IRL woodcutting levels. What level are you now? You got your cape? Are you still training on and use? What's the... How do you gauge that? I'm going to have to get up now and then and do a little lap around the room as my calves are cramping. Just from walking around an obscene amount yesterday, more than I'm used to. Going up and down 4 flights of stairs for 8 hours. Of course. Starting strong, Grizz. Oh, fair play to you, mate. Do you get to keep the wood that you cut down and then make stuff out of, or do you sell it on, or is it all chipped up and scrapped? Well, we're about to walk ourselves to 10,000 monster kills today. That would be 10k. I mean, these are dying very quick, so maybe it will be. As by design, they have less health now. That's fair. Do you then also do woodworking at home? Is that like a passion of yours? Or is it for selling on kind of thing? Yeah, Grizz, you had a generational run at Tormented Demons. The amount of synapses you got, it's just rude. Good afternoon / evening, poet mate. How are you doing? Making spoons. I have tried making it. I actually have a spoon sitting out in the corridor. I'm not going to get it because I am embarrassed at the stage that I left it at. But I have tried my hand at wooden spoon making. These hands were made for clicking, not for whittling. That's for damn sure. My crafting remains firmly at 1. Yeah, 4 in 300 KCs, just. I mean, I am glad for you. Just to clarify, I am glad for you. Also, you jammy git. I'm doing good, thank you, sir. I missed our D&D session yesterday. I mean, I have a story to tell you about the shoot. Unfortunately, one of my co-workers the night before had severe food poisoning. So was being violently ill throughout the night. And then we had to rock up to the shoot and pretend nothing happened. And then tank a 9-hour shooting day. Which was bliss. No, it was actually... I think the place is Peck Chicken in London. Don't come for me, but your chicken made him very ill. No, you see, contrary to popular belief, I actually was fine. My stomach was okay. But, yeah. Not the most fun day for him. No, not chicken bone. That's it's a story for another time. This place doesn't feel great for the amount of kills I'm getting. I mean, we're up to 593, but it's a bit sketchy. There's got to be a place with more skeletons. Has anyone that has done this grind before done it in a different place? I know a lot of people say the wildy, but obviously I am not going into the wilderness. Is there a place with better skeleton density? Yeah, you did say dig so you said it wasn't multi, but it is cannonable. Cannonable. You know what? Let's try it. Because I already don't vibe with this spot at the moment. Let's give it a crack. Can you, and then, to be fair, I can use a dig site pendant to teleport there and back, which is quite nice. I mean, it is literally right over there, but... Oh my lord, Grim, my friend, thank you very much for the gifted. I really do appreciate that. You do not have to, but thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate that. Legend. Is it not down here? Is it down this one? That is more... How do I... Yeah, Grim, my friend, you... Thank you. Do you need to get permission to go down here? I'm going to consort with the wiki. Bear with me. Well, I've definitely done the dig site. Who gives me permission? Do I need a rope? This is going to be the lesser demons all over again, isn't it? Just reading now and seeing. Is it you? Is that it? You just need a rope. That does remind me, I need to update the members icons now, because I think I had 2 done, and then I just never thought anyone would actually be wanting to tag along. So I need to update those. In that capacity, at least. Rope. Is it as simple as putting a rope on it? Hopefully that's the case, because that is fantastic news. If there's quests again... I mean, we are making phenomenal progress on the scrolls. I know we've gone dry on a couple of them now, or hit drop rate, but in the grand scheme of things, we have been grinding hard. So hopefully, these last couple aren't too bad. I have a rope. Right, there has to be someone I need to speak to here, surely. The other one just got me down, but it put me in a room that I couldn't do anything from. Unless I just didn't see something obvious. So a rope over there. It looked like there was a winch here. Right. Let's put our heads together here, guys. How does one enter the dig site dungeon? Do I need a spade? Do I dig through this bit? Let's have a look. I need an invitation letter obtained from the exam center. And then supposedly I use that on a workman, and he will allow me access. Let us see if the Google AI slop is helpful or not. Who would give me one in here? I don't want the trail. Dude with red pants. Okay, okay. See if there's a... I remember there was a book in here somewhere. Tell you what, I'll quickly go back and see if I have one of these pamphlet things. And if not, I will speak to the red-panted man. This is wild. I've definitely been in there before, else I wouldn't have dig site pendants or anything else unlocked. Oh. Engie's done the research. How does one get in? The fact I've fallen so far at the first hurdle is... is typical. Closest to the gate, okay. As in, it's one of these guys. Oh. Oh, hold. There's another winch here. So the original comment saying, go west, where I ran east straight away. So technically it was my other west, so... my bad. Apologies for that, everyone. That's, I'd like to say that's a rare occurrence, but if you've been watching, you know that's not the case. Or, what you're realizing is, my editing's actually quite good, because you don't get to see any of this. Or just a snippet of it. Whereas that is an unfortunately common occurrence for me. But we're here now. Thank you for that, NG mate. We are now ready to kill some skeletons. This looks a bit better as well. 30 health on them, so average is better than the Karamja place also. Someone lurking behind the door. Yes, there we go. Welcome, Brian, mate. I hope you're having a good day. Progress is being made. I am always grinding away. We got a cannonball restock, so we didn't have to see me making cannonballs. And this should see us through, hopefully, the rest of the scrolls. If not, I have 20,000 more cannonballs worth of steel bars to use up. If I just lurk in the middle, they should come to me now. Or not. Maybe I need to move that over a touch to here. Let's move you here. But if luck is on our side, the KC is going to be crazy down here compared to what it was on all of the others. And it only gets faster. So hobgoblins have one-shottable health with the cannon also. And obviously imps and goblins have about 5 HP, so they will also die very quickly. So if we get this one out of the way, we are on for a double scroll. But we could also go a little bit over. Poet, I do not want to think about how much prayer XP has been left on the ground. I can tell you that 11,000 lesser demons, every time you scatter the ashes, is 25. So that's already an uncomfortable amount of prayer to be missing. And then on top of that is the Joga bones and the big bones. But unfortunately I could not unlock the Bone Crusher or the Ash Sanctifier, because that would have made this prayer profitable also. However, I'm sure at some point I'm going to get something like Moons of Peril or anything that drops salve check. Oh my goodness, good point. I don't think I... Right, well now we know where the winch... You know what? Yeah, we know where the thing is. Let's go do that. Then that can hopefully get us the scroll passively. Yeah, very good spot there. Get that off me. That's just habit from the Earth Warrior scroll grind. I have one on my neck and then I have one sitting in my inventory. And I'm pretty sure I gave myself cramp, keep my arm as still as I possibly could, just in case someone came in. I was always primed to click. Be down this one. From Revs. Was that you hunting for the weapons at the same time? Because that is very nice to get. Anything you can get passively, especially with like a 1 in 5k, just a nice little surprise drop. Okay, this cannon placement seems a bit better. It's shooting everything now, at least. Two skeleton from barrows. See, that's what I was scared of when I was doing it. I was very avoidant of the skeletons. It would have been fantastic to have got this grind first. Just for getting percentage down there, it's so much easier if you know 2 skeletons, 1 bloodworm every time. But hey ho. Did you get back to it in time, or did it disappear before you got there? The imp scroll. Who's even hitting me? Oh, you. As I said, posture check. It is too early to be slouching so far down in my chair. Aside from those who are working at the weekend, has anyone got anything fun planned? I know it's still 3 days away, but it's always nice to have that activity or thing to look forward to. D&D tonight, let's go. Online or in person? I can't remember if you said you do an online or in-person session. I think his in-person session has always turned into me getting a bit silly in terms of, well, not silly, but it's nice to have a little drink and stuff your face. Yeah, it's easier to manage online. Getting a group of 4+ people together in person is always a challenge, especially if you're spread all over the place. Okay, 681. This feels a bit better. When even was St. Paddy's Day? I think I missed it completely. Is this past weekend just gone? Oh, yesterday. Maybe. You see, I'm from a Scottish lineage, not Irish, so we don't really celebrate St. Paddy's. But then in the UK, to be fair, it's always an excuse to go out and get a couple drinks. Oh, let's do one of these. There we go. Are we going over or under on the champion skeleton scroll? We have yes. We have no. And we have never asked me anything ever again. All are perfectly valid responses. Oh, I see Patat is going for his Venator bow. Are we going over or under? Yes or no? It's a fantastic question. It's left somewhat vague. So that way, no matter what you guess, technically I can say that's what I meant. Ben, we went on another cannibal making excursion because we ran pretty low on the Earth Scroll grind, which we haven't finished yet, by the way. I'm just chipping away at it as and when I can and when it's quiet, because obviously if I do it at an active time, there's a chance someone comes along and beats me up. So we're on 3k Earth Warrior kills, and we used pretty much the remainder of the cannibals there. So I've been a busy bee cooking up some more as we... Well, during the downtime, I'm basically trying to make all cannibals off stream, just so that we always have them, and we can grind for the full duration with no stops. It just takes such a long time. Grizz keeps telling me I need to go and get the... whatchamacallit? Sailing unlocked. Bearing in mind it's 87 sailing you need, there is a cannonball furnace that you can make even more. Yes, Giant Foundry's done. Yes, yes, yes. I did that. I think, did I get that after Scurry? I can't remember when I got it. Maybe just before. Maybe, no, after, I think. But yeah, Foundry's done, fortunately. Otherwise, making those cannonballs will take even longer. I think the first batch of 100k took me around about 26 to 28 hours. This one, I do not remember, but I used Miscellanea just to get the coal. Yeah, that's the other thing. Sailing's still the kind of a tricky one. I may end up doing all of them in one go, where I do every single sailing collection log back to back to back, just to get it all ticked off the list, without it then being contaminated by... Because I think one port task you can get a clog just off the rip. So yeah. There's also content that's unlocked through doing it. So maybe that's what we'll do. Still need to decide. I just need to make a decision on it. I'm in an R-ing. I think, to be honest, I'll put a poll out on the channel. And I'll just say, hey, what do we think? That's the one that paints, yeah. So I think ultimately I'll put a poll out. I'll say, shall we tackle sailing all as one entire log? Or do our best to split it up into the different logs? I mean, I can probably hack doing it all in one go. It doesn't seem... I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to say it doesn't seem like it would take that long, because it could take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours, but we're no strangers to a grind here. Could be done in 50 hours, you know? So the Griffin is its own boss log, right? It's not on the miscellaneous Slayer log. I think it's got its own drops. It's got the Folly's foil, or the blade, the stabby stick, and then it has the pet. So I wouldn't be doing that unless that was on there. But then again, I can't even do that boss without having a sailing level unlocked to get to it. One in 24k. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. There is that. There's a couple of things that I think I'd be able to shortcut. I have to do construction training, I reckon, unless I can already make some of the higher tier boat stuff. No, not quite. But I have the materials banked. See, okay, now, to put it into perspective though, a 1 in 24k salvaging paint thing does sound awful, but how quick, or how many salvage an hour do you get? Because that's the other thing, right? I know there's a way you can tick manipulate to run back and forth and do it a bit faster. But if you were just passively sitting there, how many salvages an hour do you get, roughly? If the wiki's got that information, that'd be good. Or anyone that's done it themselves and took stock and noticed it. Because let's say you can technically get... I'm going to throw a number out there. This is out my arse entirely. 2k salvages an hour. That sounds too many already. 1.2? 160? Right, well then, yeah. I'll stop talking, because I thought it was so much faster than that. Okay. If it's 160 an hour, then yes, that rate is brutal. Yikes. Okay, then that could suck. But ultimately, I would have to do it eventually anyway, you know? So it's not like I'd be able to avoid doing it altogether. It's just, would that be... Would doing it all in one go give me the freedom to then say, you know what, I've done 15,000 salvages. I'm going to move on to one of the other sailing logs to then tick that off and break it up a bit, split it into pieces, which is something I can't do normally. Like I never get the opportunity to go for different parts of a grind. It's just do the one thing. So that might be a refreshing take for me, at least, to be able to say, all right, I'm going to do some Barracuda trials here, or I'm going to do some salvaging now, or go for whatever the thing might be. The dragon barrel, the dragon plate, the pearls as well. Yeah, you got to put some high out value stuff in the pearl, different pearls. So there's a bunch of stuff that would need to be done. Several hundred an hour, yeah. 500 an hour, okay. So if you did a full 10 hours of salvaging, you could get 5k. Yeah, I think it would be better for the mental, but also it would give me the option to yeah, I could mix it up a wee bit. I could then also have less of a risk of screwing something up. Whilst going for one log, accidentally hitting another, and then having to do the clue scroll wheel forfeit multiple times. Because ultimately, I want to avoid that as much as possible. The forfeit's there just because, as I said at the start of the series, I don't want to accidentally get a part of a log and then go, oh, I guess I have to go do that now. Because I could very easily do that, you know? Whereas this way keeps me as far away from that as possible, and it just keeps the RNG tip-top. Makes it more exciting for me too. Because then technically I'd be like, alright, I have to go and do Colosseum now or something, or... I'm trying to think of examples of what I could accidentally do and then end up having to grind out that thing. There's a couple of different bits and bobs like that. So yeah, maybe I'll put a poll out. I'll see what people say, but I think I'd like to do it as one entire log. I just need to pick when, you know? When might I get stuck in on that? Because I haven't touched sailing at all since its release. And that's quite a big update to OSRS. Being able to go in and play a new skill would be quite fun. And then past that point, I obviously would just have it go back to normal spins, etc. So probably I'd end up putting sailing on the wheel. Or I'd just say I'm going to do all of sailing now. Captain's log? If it's not a green log, then probably not. It depends how difficult it is to do, because I don't actually know what that is. But if it's completionism, maybe. But then I'm not the kind of person that would fill out my POH with Castle Wars stuff, you know? Maybe down the line when I'm reaching sort of an end point of the account, but that's quite a long way off. We're still early doors in the grand scheme of things. He says after 105 days playtime. I think what I'm going to do is after the champion cape grind, I want to do our very, very first wheel spin live, which will be, I'm super excited for. And then after that, we'll see where slotting sailing fits into the grand scheme of things. But it's the same as Slayer. I need to do some Slayer just as its own standalone thing for a little bit, just so that I can unlock more Slayer bosses and content to put on the wheel. Because at the moment we're a little bit limited on some of the bosses, you know. It does unlock a ton more stuff for us to do. But to be honest, things like Vorkath need to go on there. What else? There's a bunch. I need to do a wheel update at some point, but we still have 42 logs on that wheel right now. So let's whittle that down a bit first. I don't want to add too much in before I've got my Marks of Grace roll, you know? We're just never going to hit that one. Speaking of, I hope random events actually spawn down here. So we can cash in this tool store. It genuinely could be. I could be 99 agility before we get Marks of Grace rolled on that wheel. But I'm going to actively try not to do any agility until that day comes. Ooh, Renal Weed. Yeah, let's end this. What do we end with? Yeah, nice and vague my poll was. I like that. I respect they never asked me anything again as well. A necessary option. Moons would be fantastic to get because the sets there are ridiculous. Plus, now that we've got the Barrows gear, obviously we're in a far better position if we do roll moons. I have one of those bad feelings that it's going to be something like Fasani's Nightmare before moons. So I'm running around with full Inquisitor with a Crush Mace before we actually unlock that. Tembroa keys, no essence. Unlucky, sir. Did you get any more keys from her? Or was it just, can she drop them? Because I know that technically the bosses have a small percentage of dropping the keys to open the chest, right? Or is that all just from drops that you got? Okay, nice. I don't actually even know what the Briar Essence is used for. It was a staff of something, but I don't know why you'd ever use it or want it. Something to do with nature runes, right? Right, okay. Well, so if you just high alch and stuff, you can save a bit of nature runes. Oh, it's a master clue as well. Ooh, okay. That makes it more desirable. Or has more uses. Back to grotesques, yeah. Are you looking for, are you just getting the dust? Or are you just going for any drop? Just clogging in general? Actually, the Grotesque Guardian pet, is it Dusk or, whichever one the pet is, Dusk or Dawn, looks amazing. Okay, fair. Yeah, the pet looks so cool. Oh, you can do a swap. Okay, damn. Like metamorphize it. Metamorphosis? Yeah, metamorphize. Make it change. Fave pet. To be fair, I don't even know what all the pets are. I know that I've now got a special affinity for Scarius, but the Hellpup one's kind of cool. I think I really like the General Graldor pet. Just the fact that it's so damn big. But then by that same token, the Barbarian Assault pet's kind of cool. Even though they're not probably the most visually appealing pets, I think they look pretty sick. What about you? Have you got a favourite one? Yeah, we ignore the double Temporos pet. That's that was wiped from the memory. Yamapet, actually, yeah. To be fair, Yamapet is that combination of bigger pet with really nice visual effects to it. The Bloodhound's awesome. That's a massive flex. What else even really is there? Duke looks nice also, but that's because it looks goofy. They're very pet-feeling pets, and that's probably just because they're dogs. Canine in nature. Quetzal's nothing to be sniffed at. That is a cool pet also. Have you got a pet that you're going to actively grind for soon? Or are you sort of just as and when they come type thing? Because one I'm terrified of is the Dagonoths. And I put that on the wheel. And I am really considering taking it off the wheel. Because that's 3 1 in 5,000 pets. And it's not like they're particularly friendly or easy to kill. But there's nothing stopping me doing them. So there's ways you can save spot them and move them around. So there's definitely things I could do. But yeah. There should just be one pet that you could meta between the 3. That'd be ideal. But then I guess the 3 different rings also makes them... yeah, true. Is more of a time sink. I think God Wars would be an interesting one when that eventually goes on there as well. Obviously, that would be the separate God Wars bosses. It wouldn't just be all of them in one. But yeah. A little spooky. What's your favourite raid pet? I quite like the TOA that you can then metamorphise into different stuff. I guess Olm is also like a classic, right? If you're running around with the Omelette. I think so. I think you can meta it into Crondis. But now thinking about it, I don't know if I've seen that following people around, so maybe you can't. Maybe I've just dreamed it. More RuneScape fever dreams. Yeah, we are definitely going under drop rate for this one. Mark my words. We are getting closer to 99 defense as well. We are only 250,000 XP off. And then that matched with the strength, which we are holding fire on. We nearly have maxed melee combats. So there goes any Slayer benefit that you would normally get from training Slayer, just smacking stuff. But then Slayer should be faster, I guess, also. So, silver lining. Running around smacking everything for 30s. Yeah, 200 mil is just ridiculous though. Doing anything post 99 is not fun. For me at least. I know there are people out there that have multiple 200 mils on their account. And obviously that comes through playing a lot as well. If you're doing... Well, if you just play this game for a long enough time, you'll probably hit 200 mil hit points, right? Because every attack style feeds into hit points XP. Anime, get in there. Tithe Farm's kind of chill now. I say fixed it. They updated it, didn't they, a while back? So you can't get crashed, because that was, as an Iron Man, you doing it and then a bot just coming along and planting in the spots you're planting in. Or actually, alarmingly, it was actually players that would do it and then type to you as well. So they've obviously, the people that do that have had a really bad day, and they thought they'd come and ruin yours, which is always mind-blowing to me. But sharing the love, spread the joy. Some people like to spread the misery. Okay, we are closing in on 1,000 skeleton KC. Definitely a much better place to be killing them. 13 to go to 1k. Then we're at 1/5 the drop rate. Then we knuckle down. We get it done. I wish I had a herb sack right now though. See, technically, if you're feeling motivated enough to do Tithe, you can do it all in one go, right? You get 1,000 seeds. Or you can stack up a crazy amount of seeds and then just keep stacking points. So if you want to just do one horrific session, just get it done. Yeah, 10k seeds. That's probably what I'll end up doing when I eventually roll it. Same thing with MTA also. When we eventually roll that, I'll get all the points in one go and then just buy it all out. And get that sweet clog dopamine rush. See, Grizz, we're on the same wavelength with that, you know. Do you prefer the dopamine or I guess I'll say rush, dopamine that you get, or rush when you get a random drop, like a 1 in 5k drop, or working towards a point-based goal and then saying, cool, at this exact point I can now buy everything? I guess it depends on what the drop is, right? If you get purple beam drops at a particular raid, you can be way more excited than if you've just done 5 hours of Tithe Farm. But yeah, the pink beam dopamine is nice. I like the guarantee of a drop coming in a set amount of time though. It's probably skewed because obviously I'm trying to make content on it, but it's yeah, getting a big beam come up on the floor is very nice. Yeah, point-based you also can't... You always know that you're working towards it, and it's just a straight time investment versus RNG. I mean, after this grind here, I would quite like a point-based grind. Or scrap that and give me... What are they called? I've already forgotten the name of them. The one that drops the twin flame stuff. Processing. My brain is firing a couple of neurons up. We want bosses. Royal Titans. That's the one. Titans would be really good to get because of the prayers that they give. The staff as well is really, really good. Ooh, Renard. We're killing them so fast that we're waiting for them to respawn. But then we're doing a wave of wiping them out, so... I completely missed it. That was 1,000 killed, and we've gone 35 past. So we are now 1/5 of the drop rate. Which means the kills are going quite quick, though. For a non-multi-combat area, also. What's your total level sitting at now? 2175. Go on. To be fair, once you powered out those awful grinds like agility, construction, and rune crafting, I guess it must have felt like the end is in sight, right? The rest of them aren't that bad to do anymore. Gonna be in the valleys, are we? I guess I didn't think of that, actually. Yeah, it must be pretty good. Right, I need to turn the light on because I can see that I'm turning into a floating mustache again. So we need to balance out the light a little bit. No longer a floating stash. I guess there's quite a few people sitting at the Ironwoods now, right? Yeah. Because everyone would have jumped to it for the XP, as it's quite good, I hear. And therefore, forestry events more common, more people. I remember when forestry first came out and everyone was jumping worlds looking for the rising roots. That was wild. You'd have entire chat groups that came together, just jumping around the place. Event hunting. What's the XP per hour at the Ironwoods? $80k. That's pretty damn good. 4 mins AFK, 80k an hour. I'll take that. Allegedly, okay. Do not quote me. The alleged 80k. I just can't get comfortable. I'm writhing all over the gaff. Oh, to be fair, upgrading my chair went from like a standard office chair, which there was nothing wrong with, but upgraded to the Secrets Lab one with a little pillow. I did feel a lot better. 2 AM, mate, get to bed. Get some rest, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Fingers crossed we get the skeleton scroll and maybe one more, but we'll see. Hopefully your shift goes smoothly tomorrow. No, man. I'm interested to see the total amount of minions killed after we finished all of these as well. Because it should be about, well, it should be 50k if you go on average. But just running around slaughtering tens of thousands of creatures for a bit of parchment seems excessive. Additionally, I had a thought. Dangerous, I know. I'm wondering if it's worth putting on the wheel similar to how I have raids, a pet grind that is a passive pet grind. So it would still have to be one of the ones that is obtainable within not a outrageous rate. Like, if you went for the mining pet or something, you could be 20 mil mining XP in. But something like Herbie, maybe I put that on a pet wheel. I don't know what other pets would be on there that could be obtained in the same sort of manner. What do we have? We've got... Like Herbie could go on there. The fishing pet, once again, you can't really... It's not like a 1 in 5k drop rate, is it? Herbie's not a boss, is he? No, he doesn't come up on there. He's just another... minigame? Actually, come to think of it, maybe he's the only one that even is close to that, so maybe that's an awful idea. Plus, actually, a pet grind is not really that much content if it's just a skilling pet. It's not, at least. Super energies make life a lot easier. Dashing about the place. Actually, I should probably make some. If there's any quests, Song of the Elves, for instance, requires a lot of running around. It'd be worth making some then, for sure. We still have a couple of the big quests to knock out. We have Dragon Slayer 2. What else do we have? Tears of Guthix, I haven't done yet either. Song of the Elves is an interesting one. Do you need rune crafting as well? I don't think you do. I'm not going to be able to open up while getting attacked. Hang on. No, you don't. Okay. For some reason I thought maybe runecrafting was part of it, but no. It's just there's a runecrafting element to it, right? We have to get into the Death Altar. Which could be fun. It is genuinely for that reason I'm hoping I get Guardians before I decide to go and do it. Just so I can get a Death Talisman. Because I don't think it would be any faster to hit 88 Slayer or something to kill Dark Beasts. Something obscene. 90, yeah, there you go. Oh, is that the way it works? Okay. So if you get the Catalytic Talisman, then you can still get in, though. You just need to have it done to then buy the specific one, right? That'll still work out. Okay, nice, nice. Yeah, then I'd have to... Well, I'd hope for Guardians first in that case. And then I'd probably, as I hit the runecrafting level to unlock the Death Altar, I'd then go do the quest. So I'd get enough searches between that point and 70 runecrafting. One would hope. One of these grinds on the wheel, there's going to be a generational spoon. And the day it happens, I'm going to be very happy. Could still be champion scrolls. Technically, we could still go really under on the next 3. And then it would be a theoretical spoon. It just doesn't really feel like it because it is by nature quite a long one. But when we hit those goblins, ooh. It's a slight form of delayed gratification, saving them till last. Skeleton drops have been somewhat underwhelming. Got a couple of roundhouse already though, so collectively from what we started off using, I think there's 180 prayer pots used total during the Lesser Demon grind. We have made those back now through both seeds and weeds that are just loose. So that's fortunate. Technically it's become a 0 cost other than some food and steel bars, but that is the whole point of them. Do not hide behind there. Has everyone done the cow boss? Green logged it straight away. I mean, the 1 in 5k pet didn't seem too bad at all. The health of the cow is obviously minimal, so you could smash out a ton of them. I'm assuming most people would just go and grind it out for a free green log. Have you seen the hard mode, NG? It is brutal. To be fair, the beef pet looks quite nice. Yeah, it's insane. It's wild. I would have thought they would have given it a better drop though, you know? But maybe it's just the gold sync. Initially it was, at least. Yeah, to be fair. I mean, there's the Muleta, which is the Iron Defender equivalent. There's the Bottomless Bucket, and then there's beef, right? Oh, and the cow slippers. So there's a couple of logs on there. Do I put Barbarian Assault on the wheel? So one good thing about the downtime that comes with the grind, like Champion Scrolls, it is very, very AFKable. So I'm trying to do some theory crafting on the side. I've got my mad scientist whiteboard next to me that I write everything down on. It's kind of barren at the moment, actually. It's all on my notepad, and then I'll write it up on there once the ideas have been solidified. But Barbarian Assault, that might be a bit of a weapon of a grind. But that pet also falls into the goofy large category, but also kind of cool. Penance Queen. Yeah, that's the problem. You need a dedicated team, or you'd have to do it with randoms, right? Obviously, if you have a dedicated team, you're getting kills done a lot faster. You're reducing the overall grind time. Whereas, you just have to have... With randoms, you would probably get more done. It just might not be fast. Because what I could also then do is like a Barbarian Assault Saturday or something. Or just pick a day that maybe that is one of the activities. A couple of hours of BA. And then if people know that that's the sort of... that's when it's planned to be done, maybe you guys would want to come along and do some. Because I'm going to get out on a limb here and say that I doubt anyone has the Penance Queen pet. And if you do, hats off to you. Because that is an awful grind, by all accounts. Maybe you just like Barbarian Assault, you know? Maybe you just want to be in there. Yeah, most people just get the fight torso and leave. It's completely understandable. But it could be a fun community thing to do, you know? And if I say fun loosely, it'll be as fun as Barbarian Assault is, but hanging out, doing a couple of BAs together, just means it would slowly chip down quite a monumental green log in a task. And if it's done over a prolonged period of time, then it might not feel as bad. But I think that's one of the only logs that I would really consider putting in that category. Similar to Miscellanea and Slayer, it's just, once again, has to be fun to do, has to be fun to watch. If it's neither of those two things, we have a bit of a problem. Okay, if it's not fun to do, not fun to watch, but doesn't take too long, then it doesn't matter. If it's not too fun to do, not too fun to watch, and takes potential 1,000 hours, then we'll have an issue. How are we looking? 1,271 killed. Not bad. Give us that purple bean. Because I think in terms of gear as well, it's not particularly demanding. The attackers need Void. The healer doesn't need anything. I don't even know what the other role is. Defender, maybe? That would make sense. Attacker, defender, healer, but it's not overly complex once you get it down. Doing your woodcuts in. Get in there, Scream, mate. Woodcutting's a weird one in this game, though, because once you hit the redwoods... Oh, actually, no, Sailing brought out the newest ones. Is that an even higher one now? Trees. Rosewoods. Okay. So once you hit 92, then you're kind of done with this skill. I mean, I've seen the teams that do Barbarian Assault torso runs and stuff, and when they do it, it just looks so effortless. And they have to hit certain qualifying times to be good enough to be able to be on the team, right? Someone made a video on it, I can't remember who it was. Insane though. Yeah, that's the tricky thing. If you're doing content that is very reliant on other people, it's like any team-based activity, right? So I genuinely think the reason that I like RuneScape as much as I do is the fact that no matter how much time you put into it, and technically waste depending on how you look at life, right? But let's say you're cutting trees, you can actively cut trees by running around making sure that every single time it falls down, you go to a forestry world, you do the events, that kind of stuff. Or you can just sit there completely AFK, suboptimally click a tree, even if it despawned, and you've stood there for 10 minutes and go, oh wow, I was playing the game, and then click on a tree again. It's the fact that you have complete control of playing by yourself and you're not waiting on anyone else. Because that's the main reason I sort of quit playing WoW and games of that nature, is when you're in queues waiting for stuff, it just... I'm already sitting there spending time doing something that takes a lot of time. Why do I want to sit there in a queue waiting for other stuff to happen? So like waiting for dungeons in WoW or Battlegrounds or whatever it was, I just feel like that's genuine time wasted. Because there's nothing else to really be done. I want to be doing that content, that's why I logged onto the game. RuneScape, whatever you want to do, you just go do it. Raids, you can solo. Theatre of Blood, questionable, unless you're good and have gear. But the other stuff is all soloable, right? Maybe Chambers isn't? Maybe I don't know, you definitely could. You definitely can. But if you want to be doing something, my point is you go and do it. You don't have to wait around. Stuff like Barbarian Assault brings that element back into it, where you have an opportunity for other people to impact your experience negatively or positively. Because let's not be complete cynics. In terms of playing a game with other people, the point of playing a game with other people is you would hope that you're going to have fun. And you meet some cool people doing different stuff, right? I mean, case in point, I am meeting and talking to you guys through playing this game. And it's fun. Doing a game that you're reliant on someone does change the dynamic a touch. League of Legends, for example, if any of you are old school League players or still play, you'll know exactly what I mean in terms of, okay, I'm going to queue up for, I mean, they're fast queues, but I'm going to be in a game for 25 minutes, and then one player just decides, actually, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm just going to go AFK or run it down or whatever they do. It just kind of taints the experience a bit. I feel like BA to me, I've only done it to get the torso on a previous account, that it has that same potential. Like leaving halfway through just because, I mean, life happens. I'm not I'm not completely delusional to it. If someone has to go because they have food, or you know they've got to pick up the kids or whatever the thing is, that's fine. But when people just decide, actually, I'm bored of this thing, I'm going to leave, and don't think about the impact of the 4 other people you're with, that's what Barbarian Assault kind of gives that vibe for, which I'm not overly excited about. League's AFK detection. Oh, yeah, I mean, they get penalised kind of quick after, don't they? But I think it's just that. It's the fact when a game you become reliant on other people to have fun, it gets a bit dicey for me. Obviously, if you have a pre-made group of people, it's fantastic. And if you have a dedicated team, then cool. Because you know those people, you're playing with them because they're reliable or have the same sort of... I say reliable, they have the same want out of the game as you. Because let's say you're doing a dungeon or you're doing a game of League, you don't have to be fully invested 24/7. Like, it's not... If that's not how you like playing the game, then first off, maybe don't play a team-based game like that. But I do get it. Some people just, if they've had a bad game, you're there to have fun also. So you might not want to fight it out. You might just want to leave. But if you find a group of people that want to stick it out and they find that fun in general, that's when you start to make niche communities, right? Yeah, but that's just it, isn't it? ARAM Mayhem is time investment for waiting to get into a game is minimal. And then when you're playing, you're having fun no matter what for the first 5 minutes. Even if someone leaves, you can then just jump into another one. I think it's like raiding in WoW as well. It becomes a full-time job, basically trying to organise and put people together. So any game that you can just sit and play, I guess FPS is to a degree as well. If you play them online, you're reliant on your team. Oh, what's that? Oh, fruit. Okay. You're reliant on your team, and if you have a good team, it's super, super fun. Oh no, we're gonna have to leave soon. I mean, to be fair, 400-ish kills, maybe more. Only 3 beginner clues. I know we started at 400 skeletons killed, so we've done nearly 1,000 now. With 4 beginner clues soon to be obtained. I'll drop these off at Varrock and drop these swordfish off also, because I do not need the food at all. Would you guys agree with that, or am I off the mark there? I feel like I feel like I've explained my thought process behind it. Team games, TLDR, team game fun if same wavelength. Absolutely awful if people aren't on the same wavelength or don't find that way of playing as fun. So, play solo games with an option for collaborative play, and then you can dip in and out. It's like Group Iron Man. Group Iron Man is a fantastic feature if you get a group that you really vibe with. Some people do just like being confrontational, true, or button heads. Maybe that's their fun though, you know? Try not to yuck their yum vibes. Would you run it back and make a new group, Iron Man? If you had the same people that came back and were like, yeah, let's go, would you run it back? Start fresh? Or are you now hesitant to after doing it for as long as you did it for? Yeah, that's fair enough, to be honest. The time investment does then, starting from scratch, it does feel pretty rough. Then again, you're starting from scratch with 4 or 3 other people. 4 other people, if you have 5. I think that's the cool thing about it, right? You can delegate tasks to just make that early game and the transition into mid to late game a bit nicer. Someone goes, does temp, grinds out all the food. Someone else starts doing the Slayer grind, using those supplies to unlock your whips and stuff. And then you all eventually balance out and catch up. It's just the quests. The quests are brutal to start with, right? At least I'm not an avid quester. I think RuneScape has a pretty good approach to questing compared to some other games, but I'm still not completely sold on questing. A necessary evil, you'd say. The milestones, the shifting milestone also feels nice though. If you're going for your very first glories, that's quite a good feeling on the account. Or getting your first fire cape. And once again, that's the bizarre thing about this account. Obviously, near maxed melee combat stats, 0 fire cape. But I'm still going to be super excited to get it. Maybe not the pet hunt that comes with the fire cape. That could be problematic, but... yeah, it's nice to get that upgrade, isn't it? Just feels good. And then there's the defender grind as well. The defender grind. Somehow managed to combine that word together. Yeah, the mixed tide stuff's nice though. It's a good transitional piece. But I guess the game has changed quite a lot since starting out. If you start out an account now, there's different ways to do stuff. There's super optimal. Like, I don't know how sailing fits into it. If you were making a fresh account, how important sailing might be. I wonder if there's stuff that's tied to that that would make it really, really nice and smooth to acquire loot and level up and stuff. Salvaging, different way to get money. Sailing is quite well integrated within the game. Despite people's initial fears, it does seem to be... It does feel like part of the world. And there's a lot of stuff tied to it, the new islands that unlock certain trees and all that kind of stuff, the construction. So they did do a good job with it, by the looks of it. See, that's a fair point. It's one of those ones that having not done any of it, I'm looking at the feedback that people have given and then sort of where we've settled at with it. The combat, which they just did an update today, didn't they? With something to do with cannonball. You get a 60% chance of getting your cannonballs back. Kind of like an Ava's, maybe. I didn't read it. I saw it pop up briefly. Which was needed. I just don't think the sailing combat needed to be particularly on there. They could have done without releasing that. Made it actually decent first. But yeah, I mean, even if they waited a year to get it down, did more testing before they released it, then would not be against it. That's usually what Jagex does really well, though. The 70% polling system is good. To get that sort of, you have to have a unanimous or a heavy percentage of people saying yes, we want this thing before they pass it is kind of how you want a game to be, right? Is that a common? I've never played RS3. Is that a common feature then, where they just release things kind of half-assed, or they don't do the full amount of testing that they could do first, and then hope that the players figure it out, or wait till everyone riots in Falador with the cannons first, and then says, "Oh, maybe we should fix this." So I have a little bit of the Path of Exile 1 mentality towards gaming as well, though, where... Oh, okay, this is a bit of a weird one, because this does tie into the price increases. They tried to... Jagex tried to say that since we're bumping up the prices, you know, look what we gave you, sailing, all that kind of stuff. If you're going to claim that's a reason for the price increase, I think it has to be fully finished. I think it has to be a ready stage for someone to say, yeah, I feel like I gained value there. Sailing hasn't quite been that. It's been, let's also release it at the stage that we're at, and let's see how the player base reacts to it. Let's see if we've cocked anything up. Because, you know, sometimes you just have to stress test it and bang it out and hope for the best. Maybe not with a multi-million-pound company like Jagex, but I do get it. Like, Path of Exile 1 was honed in the fires. Every time they put out an update, certain things, certain seasons people hated, other things they loved. And it kind of came together to be that game that you could play it a couple of different ways, but ultimately it was constant updates and renditions on it that made it as good as it was, which hopefully they're doing with PoE 2 as well. That had a bit of a bad rap at the start. It was definitely unfinished. The end game was a bit shite, which they said themselves. GGG are quite open with that sort of stuff also. But PoE players do love to whinge. That is a speciality of ours. Peripherals chopped into 2.5 parts. Previous half completed. Also released like that. Really, archaeology felt like you needed to speak these. Fair point. So would you rather have it all sort of done in, they tested it all out, made sure every single part of it worked, and then released all of it in one go, and said, here it all is, rather than a couple of months apart, here's this? Or what was the release time difference between it? Was it weeks, or... Because it's all blurred into one, to be honest, for me. Oh yeah, the temporary game modes for price increases is absolute bullshit. But they're trying to do that to fix the RS3 mistakes they made, right? Or compensate for the fact they can't do microtransactions as aggressively. They're making people that are heavily addicted to OSRS, I say addicted, love the game and support the game, making us pay for their cock up over there. And damn it, I'll still pay. I mean, I didn't play any of the leagues. I don't play temporary game modes usually anyway. So maybe I should play them to then offset the fact that... Because for me, that's the price increase with a temporary game mode is absolute BS. Because I don't play temporary game modes. I don't really like them. And the reason I don't like them is because doing an extreme log account, I don't like getting a log that I haven't yet got on the extreme log account to then, and you get it in, you know, 1/10 of the time, and then you kind of get that post-league fatigue of you go to do that grind without the boosted XP rates, without all the gear, and then you don't get, you just don't get the drop for X amount of time, and you're like, oh, I got it so quick on leagues or whatever. That's just my brain. Or the rest is just profit skimming. Damn. Well, whatever happens, I hope that the direction of the game is done through the lens of the player base, the way that it had been for the longest time, right? And they do right by the player base, because there's a reason that RuneScape's been around for as long as it has. Traditionally, it does I mean, the customer service stuff, I've never had... And once again, I absolutely have to preface this because I have not played the game for that long in the grand scheme of things. It's only been about 2-ish years, 2 and a bit years now. 2.5 years that I've played this game, maybe 3. So I'm still kind of new in the grand scheme of things. So I haven't seen all the turmoils and stuff that happens. But from what I have seen, it doesn't seem... I've not had any interactions with the dev team or had to try and get my account back or anything like that, but supposedly that sucks. And the responses are tough, sort of, or you just don't get a response, right? It's just, yeah, whatever's happened has happened. Which is spooky. Good evening. My name, how are you doing? Just having a little rant and rave about business decisions from Jagex. We are on 1,538 skeleton kills. Number go up. Hopefully number go up enough that purple beam happens. How's your day been, Mr. Minute? Hopefully a chill one. Or depending on where you are, going to be a chill one. Damn capitalism. Now, ultimately, all I care about is that the game stays in a healthy state. They make some smart decisions, bring out some cool content. And they don't go down the sort of money-grabbing, scalping vibes. And if they don't, fantastic news. If they do, sad. Sadness. I'll just end up playing Valheim, sitting in my pants, chopping trees. And then arbitrarily just say, that's not the woodcutting level. I'll skin some boars, make it into hide. Give myself a little artificial pop-up for crafting level. I can see that working. Do some mining. That's fair, to be honest, mate. It's one of those things that you either feel you sit in the middle strongly or unaffected at all. Well, hopefully today's the day that we get the double scroller. I'll take a single scroller first, but a double scroller because they are dying rapidly. Skeletons are going down a tree since we moved over to the new area, that is. And I'm curious how fast hobgoblins are going to die. We have plenty of cannonballs to be playing around with. Another 20k cannonballs to be made from steel bars. So we shan't run out anytime soon. Come on, one of you. Use the same drop rate for all HPs. Yeah, it definitely is. I wonder how fast it is doing it in the wilderness. Multi-combat with a cannon. Pure bliss. Good question. I think we need 5 still. Yeah, halfway done with it. And all the other ones, aside from the Earth Warrior, are, depending on how dry we go, they should be rapid to get. Because we started off, obviously, on the worst ones. And now everything is, apart from the Earth Warriors, everything is one-shottable from a good cannon. So when we move on to goblins and things, we're going to be blasting them. Blasting them. So 5 of the easier scrolls now. Watch me then die to the human, the actual challenge itself. We'll get all the way through this and then just somehow cock up a fundament, like a really easy step. Although if you mess it up, you, like, okay, let's say it's, you can't use magic, and then you have no, you don't have enough food with you to complete it. I'm assuming you can just teleport out and go again. You don't have to re-get another scroll. I'll read very carefully before I go down those ladders, that's for sure. Cannot be affording a time setback like that. I would assume so. With a 1 in 5k drop that you're cashing in, and then that was a mistake you made, Because, I mean, the first people that found it out, right, wouldn't have known off the rip. They would have had to have figure out, like, a method to do it. He probably tells you, though. But who reads chat boxes? Gimme. I was thinking about it. I know Blue Moons is really, really strong as a mage upgrade, but what's the best mage weapon that I can get sort of earlier on? Because Charged Staffs is going to be Trident or... Well, no, yeah, it would be the Trident, right? But I guess it would, realistically, with how the account's set up, it would probably be Royal Titan Staff. It's not a Charged Staff, but... Yeah, to inflame elemental weakness would be really good. I mean, that's stacked with Blue Moon. That'd be nice. But the melee strength gear, the Blood Moon stuff, is going to be... It's the same as Bandos, right? It's just degradable Bandos. There's a couple of things I hope I get before others, let's put it that way. When do you think they're going to bring in a Tome of Air? Because we've got the Tome of Water, Tome of Fire, Tome of Earth. No Tome of Air yet. Surely that's coming soon. Yeah, actually, with sailing would have been good. If only it were that simple. Put it on the wheel and you will get it. Eventually I would, that's for sure. Can you imagine doing Doom in just Barrow's gear, though? That'd be kind of rough. You'd want at least a Demon Bane weapon if you could. Obviously, I might have to do it. Not that way. Okay, we have 4 scrolls. We're going to drop these off at the Varrock Bank quickly. I will put these swordfish back because we do not need them. The Master Wand, true, actually. Master Wand is it infinite water? Probably not. Let us open them like so. I now have a clue add-on as well that shows me the stack. So we should have no more mishaps. Let's grab. I'll just leave these swordfish here. No harm, no foul. Yeah, Void's a bit of a weird one. I've already had a bit of a wobble on the wheel with that because I did have Void on there initially and then it had to come off the wheel because I can't do Void until I can do Elite Void, which I can't do till I've done Zulrah. So once I've done Zulrah, then I could do it, but it's then also locked behind the Chompy, so I'd have to do... I took Chompies off also, so I'd have to do Zulrah first, then Chompies, then Void, I think. I can't remember. I think I explained it. I'll have to look back. But it's something like that. There's a way that the triangle's a bit scuffed, so I absolutely have to do Zulrah first, basically. Even though Void was on the wheel. And Chompies was on there. Because you can't do Chompies until you've done the Elite Diary, because then the pet is on the Chompy drop. Which is so annoying. If it was just a normal pet, it would be fine. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, that little bastard sitting right there. If he wasn't on there, it would be fine. But because he's on there, you can't unlock the Chompy chick until you've done the Elite Diaries. I believe. Fact check. Let me fact check myself first. Or the Western Province. Yeah, once you've done the elites, you unlock the ability to get a Chompy pet. Chompy chick. Actually, what else is locked behind the elite? Yeah, pretty much as simple as that. Get the mutagens with Barrow's gear. Roll Chompy, then the Void. Because it has to be... So there's a weird thing that I basically have to hit up to the rate first to then get the elite done. So it would be 1,000 Chompy Bird kills, claim that hat, and then you unlock the ability to get the chick. So everything else before that would have to be done. It's a mess. I can't remember what the solution to it was. I just know I had to take him off the wheel temporarily until that one was addressed. But I know it all starts with Zulrah as step 1. Once Zulrah's done, the other bits can be moved around. Because there's also Thermi has to die, so there's also a Slayer level requirement to that also. Yeah, Thermi has to die, or Thermonuclear Smoke Devil dies. So 93 Slayer. Yeah, it's simple. Just go roll Zulrah. Do that. Then get 93 Slayer. But then can you even kill Thermi? Oh, I can't remember how I solved it. I think actually that's why it's all off the wheel, because I didn't solve it. So rain check on that one. We'll come back to that. There's a bit of a loop that you get stuck in when you try and look at it. I think there's a point in that triangle of Zulrah, Chompy Chick, and Void that you have to break the rules of the account once. Whether that be for one Thermonuclear Smoke Devil kill, or... I think that's it. You have to get one kill in there before you can complete the elite to then unlock the Chompy Birds. 1,000 kills to get the chick. Something like that. It's a mess. So there will be an inevitable rule break at some point, which will decidedly come with a punishment or not, depending if we see it as absolutely unavoidable. But if something's completely locked out by the rule set, then we would have to address it, you know? And I say we because I would love community input on that rather than a dictator decision of being like this. Certain things I would obviously make decisions for, but when it comes to account integrity, I think you guys deserve a vote on that kind of stuff, just to make sure that we're on the same page. I wouldn't mind a boss that has a Slayer task attached to it. So if it was Vorkath, for instance, you could get blue dragons and just get a ton of Slayer XP. Or if I pulled Seracnus, for instance, I could then go and get spider tasks. That'd be quite nice. Hitting a bit too close to home. This would be a fantastic piece to work with. Yeah, you just rip it back out and then go again, you know? I would be quite concerned if I'd hired someone to come fix something in the house, and then they come back a few minutes later, rip it out, and then fix it again. Good business model for them, though. You ensure that you're always in demand because you keep ripping out your handiwork. But don't let Grizz see you using mahogany. He swears by the fact you should only ever use teak on the basis that it's so much cheaper. Might I suggest to you many hours in Wintertodt solos, fixing the braziers? It does wonders for the construction XP. Fishing trawler construction to 99 is criminal. That's unacceptable behaviour. Just sitting up there fixing the rail. $5k XP an hour on construction. At that point, I'd turn the what's it? The SFX where it moves. I'd turn that on and just make myself sick. I just sit there staring at that till the motion sickness took me. Or just get absolutely black out on rum and pretend I was a pirate. Yes, another beginner. Making our way to 2k. Come on, we need another zombie scroll luck where it's just under halfway. Get us out of there nice and quick. There's also fixing the cranes down at the Piscarilius docks, which is a bit of an unorthodox one, but if you've got a bunch of planks laying around, bunch of nails, obviously I would use normal planks or oak planks. I don't know which one you can use, but that's some free XP. That is min-maxing right there. Do you guys have any opinions on the changes to Soul Wars and Castle Wars and stuff? Because I was initially, I was a bit bummed out that I didn't roll Soul Wars before the changes, because the runes there would have been so good to get. Soul runes, blood runes, natures, rune arrows, all that kind of stuff. But the more I think about it, I mean, yes, it would have been great to get, but any grind that I do that goes on for longer than normal still kind of skews the amount of loot I'm going to get, right? Doing barrows, I nearly got 1 million mind runes. Never going to use those. However, the fact is now wilderness loot, so blighted, super restores, blighted, food, all that kind of stuff, means when I do eventually roll a wildy grind, I am quite stocked. Just going off the bat, I've got a decent amount, especially in the prayer department. I think I have maybe 400-ish blighted prayer restores, or blighted super restores, whatever they are. So initially I was salty, now I don't mind, but as someone that's not doing quite the same thing, do you have any opinions on it, or did you just not really care? Because I know there was a botting issue when the Castle Wars thing first turned into normal loot, and then they quickly fixed that and said, yeah, we'll just make it wieldy loot. Especially if the wieldy bosses drop supply drops anyway, right? Because then you're going to technically... Oh, as I'm sitting about 1 million miles away from my mic. Technically, then you're going to be sitting there re-getting supply drops as you're doing the grind anyway. So it's kind of self-perpetuating after that point. Plus, Castle Wars, when you do it NG, it's getting those extra tickets, or the tokens that you can then trade in for the boxes. The fact you now also get tickets from that is so good. Super AFK, super chill. Made a big difference to me, at least. You do still get a fair amount of rune arrows though, so that's, you know, you can alchem or shoot them. Up to you. And I guess until you unlock amethyst arrows, you're always in need of additional ammo to be pinging about the place. Yeah, you see like the optimal clue runner setup. They're running around with dragon claws, blowpipe. Not a care in the world. Whereas we run around with our MSB imbued, jumping at shadows, hoping we don't get PK'd for it. Has anyone used the rosewood blowpipe yet? Is it rosewood? There is a blowpipe that you can now make, right? Don't even know where it sits in. Oh, the camp rosewood blowpipe. Because supposedly that's a pretty good filler before you get your Zolra blowpipe. So that'd be another good thing to get with sailing. Can you craft your own black dehyde, or do you have to rely on getting it from clues? Because that's always like an Iron Man point of contention as well, isn't it? Until you get the level to farm it yourself, you do feel quite protective over your black dehyde. Oh, okay, yeah, you're stacked then. So. Closing on the 2,000 kills. Ranged XP is looking good. We are on 86 now. I believe we started at 75? Maybe around 75 on this grind. So 11 levels. Not to be sniffed at. Kind of wondering what we're going to end on now. I thought high 80s, but I also thought that with 100k cannonballs for some reason. So we've now made 30k more. We would have made, once I put them all together, we would have had 150,000 for this grind if we use all of them. Which I'm hoping we don't. Because then I'll use them for Slayer to make that even quicker. But to be fair, as I said before, Scrolls does unlock a lot of Slayer options that before would have been a bit tricky to navigate. Not impossible, but just tricky. So if I do want to do Slayer tasks, skipping, things like that, I can now do that. I will need quite a few points to unlock the Slayer helm and other bits. Let's go, Sushi. 1,800 total now. Nice. Line them up and knock them down. I reckon it's going to be one of the shield, headless shield ones that has the scroll hiding in it. I'm almost dying too quick for me to even catch up to him now. I wonder where this grind's going to come on the ranking list for overall. It genuinely will depend on Earth Warrior Scroll. I think as long as we don't go over the 5k on that one, then these ones would be manageable even if we go a bit over. But so far, genuinely has been super chill. The prep beforehand to get it all nice and smooth with the cannonballs was a bit longer, but low APM. I'm making it more intensive by running around clicking on everything to speed it up. But I could just sit under the turret technically and wait for things to walk into me. But you gotta go fast. I'm trying to Lightning McQueen this, you know? Can't imagine doing like 500 of each one, you know? Or 1,000 of each scroll. Scroll? Mob type going for a scroll. You have to stick there and do the entire thing. You can't dot around and just do different bits, right? That's just unacceptable behavior. I personally couldn't do it. Even though this is one of the few grinds that I have that freedom to do. Once I start on it, that has to be got on first. Yeah, constantly having to move to different locations as well would make it feel... That would probably be what made it feel the longest, right? Because the gear setup's been pretty much the same. 2K, here we come. Just have to remember to keep an eye on the clue stack that we have at Varrock Bank. Make sure I don't let it despawn again. Although nice. I did open the 40 clues. I was stacking up a bunch of clues at Giants when we last left off. But I did open the beginners to get to 102. Just because that means we can now stack 4. And I feel like as long as we have all of those unlocked, then I'm happy to just continually stack clues in the bank past that point. But it's always worth getting the 4 stackable clue scroll boxes. 1, it's a collection lock, and 2, quality of life. Do you like to watch series when you play? 600 beginners? I mean, at some point, are you saying stack 600? Or are you saying just in general hit them? Oh yeah, definitely at some point I'll get the total. Oh, okay. I'll backtrack on that one. Because if I don't get all of the collections in that amount, then yes, I'll definitely get it. If I already get all the collections, I might stop doing beginners. Because I don't really need anything past that point. But maybe. If it's a cool emote, then I'll probably go for it. Whoops. Because that's the thing. I mean, I watch a couple of streams here and there. But it kind of depends on what portion of a grind or what I'm doing. And then I'll always watch videos when I can. If I'm not having to do active verbal recording or depending on what I'm doing, because I can't listen to something and talk at the same time. My brain does not work like that. But reading, that must be if you're AFK and stuff, obviously, right? That's a good time to get some reading in. If you're just hitting trees. Doing some amethyst mining. What's your preferred sort of literature to read? Afternoon, Lottie, my friend. Thank you very much. Can't work out the accent. It is a middle English, British, Queen's English accent, I would say. I mean, technically from Essex, but I don't have the Essex accent. So I'd say standard, like generic Brit. What were your options for thinking the accent was from? Because obviously hearing your own voice, you don't really hear anything other than what you sound like. See, fantasy books, yeah, to be honest, I haven't read in such a long time. I should get back into it, but the fact I have to say I should get back into it and haven't done it is probably an indicator that I'm not going to get back into reading anytime soon. But yeah, fantasy books, fantastic. Historical fiction and true historical accounts. Okay. Now, depending on how it's written, I'll give it a crack, that sort of stuff, but yeah, I'm more on the fantasy element than the history and non-fiction stuff. So I grew up reading all the Darren Shen books. They were fantastic. I can't remember what other books I used to read. All the Mortal Engine stuff as well. They made a film about it. It wasn't as good. But I feel like anytime you read a book, especially as a youngster, you read a book, you build the world in your head, and then you see someone else's version of it in a film, and unless it matches up really close, it tends to be not as good. Yeah, Darren Shan books went hard. They were so good, bad. Then there was also the Skullduggery Pleasant as well. That was a banger. I don't think I read the Cherub books. But the Darren Shan books, when they went into the Demon Arter series, they were so good. See, the Cloak and Dagger there is grim. The family's actually Scottish. So I'm half, by blood, half Scottish on my mum's side. So always Scottish accents around me and in the household, but because I grew up down south, obviously I didn't pick up the Scottish twang. No way, Pat, really? Those books were so good. Nottingham, fair. Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, no, I think it's one of those ones that, I mean, anytime I've spoken to anyone who's not from the UK, they tend to just say, yes, Southern. But obviously we know as a country, we have so many regional accents. Technically born and bred in Essex, innit? But I never. I don't know. See, my brother's got kind of a Essex slash. If I say Cockney, it's not quite Cockney. It's definitely an Essex geezer accent. But I never picked out. But I mean, Essex is kind of big as well. Like you've got a relatively big area, and it varies how strong the accent is because you've got like the Made in Essex, like heavy, yeah, the heavy accent there. And it's like if you go to York, there's certain parts where it's the proper shortening of words, like going down to shop, that kind of stuff. But then obviously not everyone says that. Although I do like the pet names, calling people duck and chicken when you go further north. That's always quite friendly. The Gone books, I did read those. Those are really good as well. I feel like Darren Shan was the favourite growing up, and then you had all those sort of similar branching off books that were. It was probably on the recommended list. If you like this, you'll like this. And lo and behold, they got me. They had me pinned down. They said, "Yep, you'll like this one." But they were good as well. See, my geography is awful, but Nottingham isn't this thing is right. I have this running joke. My friends are Lincoln-ish way, and I say anything north of London is north, just to really piss them off. But you get quite a varied accent depending on where you're from. Like all sorts of cities, you get the posher accents in quotes or less posh. So, Darren Shan synopsis. Now, I will probably say that the original books, which are the vampire books, may have been better because I was younger when I read them. The Demon Arter series, I would definitely recommend. Still, it doesn't matter what age you are. I mean, I'd still, if you like that sort of stuff, reread the old stuff of Darren Shan anyway, like all of it. But the Demon Arter series is really good. Really good. Synopsis of it though. I mean, thing is, I'm awful at being vague because I like to be very specific, but obviously I don't want to spoil the books. So for not wanting to ruin potentially any story plots because it's been a while since I read them, yeah, it's just good. They're very sort of descriptive and gory, but tastefully so. Is kind of how I would put it. Then there's the standalone Darren Shan book, which is The Thin Executioner, which I read. That's a bit of a hefty one, but that was fantastic as well. More of like an adventure. So the Thin Executioner is more of a hero's journey sort of vibe, but darker, where there's a lot of traveling involved, and it's sort of that typical great journey archetype, where it's like we have to go to this place. That one bangs. But I don't know what he's done recently. I mean, as I said, I haven't read in a long old time. On account of also being dyslexic, it does make it slightly harder. And back then I was passionate about it. But I genuinely think that's probably what helped. Like I would read the name like Patricia as Patrica or something. And you know, I don't know. English in school was not my favourite subject. I did fine in it. But because of not being able to spell, it would be a couple of awkward moments when you're standing up in class trying to read out whatever book you're reading. So for us, it was Warhorse or whatever. And they say, oh yeah, read out every other word wrong. That was lightly traumatic. Bacon cob. Bacon butty. Now, what's wrong with a good old bacon sandwich or sarnie, you know? Or is a sarnie different to a cob or butty? Red Rising. I might have to. I'll have a little look. Like I said, I wouldn't mind getting back into reading, but truth be told, because I'm kind of putting so much time into other things, I would always just rather sit here playing OSRS or working on editing stuff than reading. It's that weird thing where when I leisure, I also do this. So it's. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I should diversify again. Bread bun or roll, fair enough. Fair. Well, it's like in Scotland, if you're saying potatoes and turnips, it's neeps and tatties, isn't it? And if you'd never heard of that and didn't know what that was, and someone says, you want some neeps and tatties, you'd be like, no, I don't know you. Leave me alone. Then there are still quite a few Brits that struggle with the Scottish accent. And depending on where you're from, obviously, like Glaswegian Scottish is kind of difficult. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, hopefully we get the scroll soon. I think we've just passed 2k, 2.1k skeleton KC now, so we're approaching the halfway drop mark. See if we can go under the rate, that'd be nice. Yeah, I still don't have a schedule in place yet. Trying to figure that out. I will figure out a schedule at some point. I think 5 to 10 is a slightly better time now. It seems like better split for Brits and Americans. Because I apparently have a 50-50 split on audience. So it just gives people a chance that if they do want to watch me live, then it's a bit better. Plus after work hours, a bit better than slap bang in the middle of the day. No, thank mate. You can't. Yeah, notoriously, if I do go for food, I say be right back, and then I disappear for about an hour because I end up making a feast. And if I say I'll be right back and getting a cup of tea, it's a lie. I'm getting food every time. I raid that cupboard every single time. I need to get snacks, and I need them immediately. See you later. Yeah, no, it's you can't not go downstairs just for a tea. You have to have at least biscuits. Typically, I do end up cooking some chicken, maybe some rice. And then you can't just have that, so you need to make some sauce. And then at that point, you know, if you're doing that, you make a side salad. Before you know it, you've spent like half hour, 40 minutes away from the PC. Nice, 70 construction. On the way. Okay, 10 minutes left on the drop scrolls, then I would have to re-juggle them. Well, before the 10 minutes is up, otherwise they will disappear. We will lose out our oh so precious beginner clue scrolls. See, the one limiting factor about the YouTube stream really want to play because my taste is eclectic and varied. But I mean, for now, this is kind of chill, right? I'm finding it chill enough. But I would love to put on some Palace or... Okay, now I'm going to put you onto some absolute gold here, unless you know of them already. Do you like chill indie music? Because my music taste is kind of all over the place. Like, I grew up on heavy metal and stuff, so that's like the bread and butter, thanks to my older brother. He was massively into it. So he put me onto that nice and early. You know, Slipknot being the first sort of albums and stuff. Into Devil Driver, all that good stuff. Bury Tomorrow later on. Whitechapel, all that sort of stuff. So if you like heavy music, got a couple of good recommendations. If you like chill indie vibes as well, which is what I then sort of lent into and found a bunch of stuff I like. My missus put me onto Palace, and Palace is probably one of my favourite bands ever now. All of their songs, I wouldn't skip a single one. So if you're looking for something chill, check out Palace. They can be a bit like mellow, so if you know, big sad boy hours occasionally. But Live Well by Palace, definitely give that a listen to. You got Heaven Up There by them as well. You know them? Yeah, they are fantastic. Wolfric's all over it. He likes the sad boy hours. Yeah, check them out. They are really, really good. I think Ultrasonics or Ultrasound is one of the more recent albums. Rival Sons. Okay, okay. What sort of rock is it? Is it sort of American Three Doors Down vibes? A bit of Creed? I love a bit of Creed. I love a bit of dad rock as well. You know, some In Flames. Coheed and Cambria. Ooh. Bunch of stuff. But you can't play any of that on here without getting live DMCA'd. Which is understandable. Yeah, copyright free is a bit of a pain to find. I mean, to be fair, if you just play the RuneScape music in game, it's just, to me, it can get a little bit erratic sometimes, depending on what song it jumps to. Although with the change they made to the player, you can set up a little playlist. Well, obviously, if you're talking for WoW stuff, then yeah, you're gonna have to. I mean, you could even use RuneScape music, I guess, but. KC, we are on 2,205 now, so we are approaching the halfway mark. I'm hoping for a sub 3K. Not gonna lie, Dank. Sub 3K would be bliss, because then we're definitely getting 2 scrolls. If we can get a sub 3K, we're gonna go blast ourselves some hobgoblins. Cause great violence upon them. '70s rock type. Okay, okay. I mean, I quite like the '70s rock vibe as well. I did listen to a lot of Iron Maiden, Metallica, that sort of stuff. Then I still like some of their songs. We cannot be... Look, Grizz isn't here right now, so I was hoping for no one to be saying obscene numbers. 9K, no thank you. I mean, okay, once again, to clarify, it doesn't matter too much if we now go 9K, because we went 11K on the Lesser Demons, which was the worst one by far. So everything else is downhill. We're on a downhill, nice gentle stroll. It's easy killing. KC per hour is only going to go up and up and up. So hopefully not 9K. But if it did happen, it wouldn't be the end of the world. These ones are, you know, they're getting one shot by the cannon or by me sometimes. So it's not too bad. There is still Earth Warriors, but we'll ignore that. That's tuck that to the side for now. Sweep it under the rug. Because we don't want to think about that one. That's future me's issue. We're currently halfway there. We are on 5 so far. So we have 5 left to go. The 5 easy ones. We've got the Skeleton, Hobgoblin, Goblin, Earth Warriors, and Imps. But we are progressing very nicely. What's the weather been like for you now, Pad? Is it warming up a wee bit, or is it still brisk and chilly? Yeah, we're on the way. We're slowly warming up. because I'm assuming, probably with some level of ignorance here, that it's relatively similar just across the small stretch of water as it is down to the south. This is not a drill. Come here. Come in now. Jekyll. Oh god, don't despawn. Don't despawn. I have a Torstal. This is not a drill. Here you go, my friend. Yes. Yes. Okay, we need one more. One more stamina and we have a pool in our house. That is why we keep the Torstal on us right there. I'm getting out of here now. Plus, I need to juggle these clues real quick. Oh my god. Okay, one more. I bet you I'm going to lose a clue. 4. No. Okay. 9. Let's put all these away. Let's... Whoops. What am I doing in my life? Drop. Juggle. There we go. Stack of 5 and then 1. Which I can keep there as a separate one. We need one more Torstal. Take that with us. Okay. It's already a good day. Hopefully I call that cough. Now let's just see the scroll pop up while we run back. That'd be nice. Thank you, thank you. It's wild getting as hype about a stamina potion as that, but I don't know how long we've actually had those 10 Torstals. Excuse me. But it feels like we've had them for a long old time now, and those Jekyll random events have been few and far between. That's big. One more. And then I wonder how far we can actually upgrade that pool off the rip. It's in the garden. Because the first pool's 65, so we'd make that. 80 would be the next one, which just requires prayer pots, right? So with the boost, the T-boost and the saw, we'd be able to make that one straight away as well. And then the fancy rejuve pool. Super restores. Don't think I can get those yet. Tell a lie, I can get those. So we could go all the way, apart from the level 90 one. I have to do a bit of construction, but that would be stat restore, run energy, and prayer restore. We would start to feel more like a 1940 total level account at that point. As at the moment, certain aspects of the account still don't quite feel as high as the combat stats are. But then that does make me wonder how chunk men feel. Because I think some of those chunk accounts, obviously they're locked in that one square for thousands of hours. Where have they all gone? This guy's run into the back corner. And you've got the scroll. No. Halfway? Not yet. Welcome back, Grizz, mate. We had a pseudo very important drop happen in the form of another stamina pot. So we are down to our last Torstal now. We get one more, we have officially a run restore pool in the house. And then we can go all the way up to the third best pool with a little bit of training and some boosting. Yeah, Super Restore is 85 for that particular pool, so I'd have to do... What was it? It's a +3 from this saw. So I'd have to get to 77, so one more level. And then a +5 boost from a stew. But I reckon I can manage that. Yeah, but then I'd have to go... That would only put me to 83 though, no? Sorry, I see. +3 saw and this thing. Pretty sure I saw it was 85. Yeah. So my stew boost luck has been okay, apart from the thieving at the stall, which wasn't great, but for the Fremenic diary. But outside that, my boosts have been quite good so far. So maybe that's where some of the luck lies with the account, you know? Maybe we are just a stew boosting account. I can make some oak dungeon doors for a level. And then... go ahead and just do that double boost. How goes the ancient shard grind? You still trying to get the Emberlight? Or have you smashed it out? Mate, just get in there and start smacking the jellies. I mean, you won't get any mossy keys, but if you kill a couple of the jellies, you know, easy to group up, get some hull clues at the same time. Dust Devils might be easier to group together, to be honest. Well, it's all just sort of doing that corner running trick, right? Where you just sort of go there and just keep dashing back and forth. Or you can have me do dancing for you if you just let me get the rest of the scrolls sub 5k. There are your options. But don't you worry, while you were away, Dank was saying that it's going to be a 9k drop. So he's already bumping it up, you know. The ante has been upped. It's worrying how many times you've said exactly 35k for multiple of them. Which means that, you know, it could happen. Can't remember who said they did 27,000 Earth Warriors. That's terrifying. Because they are very slow to kill. Or will it out of existence? We need to will some more scroll drops. That's what we want here. We want a 2-drop stream would be ideal. Because the last 2 times it's been in the last 20 minutes, hasn't it? So see if we can now beat that. Evening, Rusty, mate. It is going okay. We're on to Skelly Bobs now, and they die quick. They have 29 health, so cannon can one-shot them. So if they wander too close and just catch a stray, they die instantly. We're just closing in on 2.5k KC on the skeletons now, so we're halfway. And yeah, spirits are high. Kills get quicker. We just don't want to go too dry. And that's it. Can't complain. How have you been, my friend? I mean, for these skeletons, I don't even think I need to be wearing my Gathin set, but I have no strength boosting gear anyway, so what else would I wear? Because I'm also not praying, so proselyte isn't needed. And just, Grizz, pretend this book is purple, alright? 2.5. Nice. Very nice. Were you doing hill giants or were you doing moss giants? Yeah, I need some of that luck. If I can get some of that, golden. Run out of skeletons. There we go. Does anyone know what the plugin is where it's on the floor and it says estimated respawn time? Thing is, I don't know if I want to use that, if it's going to be... It might be visual clutter. And I already don't like visual clutter. I mean, it's not like I'm doing high octane content here that needs to be dodging dangerous drops and stuff, but still. 21 ancient shards. Is it 30 for Emberlight, right? Do you already have some in the sword, or is this completely empty and you're trying to get a fresh 30? Oh, okay. Only 9 to go, though. That's not too bad. I was going to say, this is definitely infected mushroom. Well, hopefully not too much longer for you down in the crypts. $170k to go until 99 defense. Damn. I'm going to try and do a thing later on. But I'll probably end up messing it up. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to try and get all 3 capes at once. But I don't know what weapon I have that has a shared attack style. Still 29k cannonballs to shoot, so we are not worried about that at all. And as I said, I think I have about 25,000 left that I can make. I would ideally not like to make another 25,000, but I can. Even your 87 sailing. Actually, Grizz, do you remember we were coming up with we're trying to figure out the triangle and the correlation between Chompy Bird's void gear and I think it was Zora. I can't quite remember if there was an actual fix or at that point the account rules had to be broken once, because to get the elite step done to get the Chompy chick, you have to kill the thermonuclear smoke devil once, right? So I'd have to take a risk on killing it once. But it was a bit scuffed, because then you also have to have elite void to complete the elite diary to then get the Chompy chick. But then do you just have to do hard to unlock the elite tier? It's hard that unlocks the elite set of gear? No, it was the elite that unlocks it, right? Yeah, it's a wee bit messed up. But there was a way that I think it was complete void up until a point to then go and do something else to then come back to it. It was a bit of a weird one. It's kind of, it's not made for this type of account to do that content. So unless it's like not doable, but then the overall goal is to completely green log, there might have to be a contingency made for it. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Was it roll chompies but backlog the pet? Because the pet is on the log. Yeah, because don't forget the pet's on the log, which is the shiesty thing. If it wasn't on there, it'd be fine. Yeah, FDR is a bit of a weird one, just in general. Complete easy hard diaries. Do Chompy log without the pet. After that, complete pest control and get everything. Then go get the Chompy chick. See that? Yeah, it might be the way. I think Zora was on there for something because that was part of the logs as well. Yeah, I do need 93 Slayer first. Which is why Zora can go on regardless, right? Because Zora doesn't require anything to do other than just go kill it. So that one's on there regardless. I would then also need to get 93 Slayer before I put Void on there as an option. Which is so scuffed. That's such a backwards way of doing it. Yeah, but you're guaranteed scales killing Zora once, so that would technically have to be done first. And then... yeah. I think that's it. I think it's just put the pet on the backlog, right? So do Zora as a standalone log. Once Zora's done, then I can bring on Chompy birds into the equation. Chompy hats at least, minus the pet. That would just have to be the caveat. Yeah, they make it easier, but I mean, I'm not too fussed about it being easy or not. Like, I'm kind of a sweaty nerd when it comes to that regardless. So it being slightly easier is fine. It's just more, yeah, the way that it goes from elite into the pet was the only bit that was a bit scuffed. But you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. When we've done Zora, it's just I can't remember if we actually figured it out in a really decent way. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was that FD as well. FRD, sorry. It's kind of we'll have to do it in that order. Just backlog one of them, break the rules for that one weird triangle, and then just go from there. Because I don't think my rule, when I made it, it didn't account for that weird scuffed Western Provenance elite sort of stuff. Yeah, I'll definitely have to break the rules to get out of that sort of stalemate of doing it. The only question is the rule breaking because it's mandatory to get it to work? Is that then a default clue scroll roll? Which I'm fine if it is, but I think that's a community vote more than a dictator say so. Because I would obviously say, no, I don't want to do that. But if everyone says yes, because you have to break the rules, you still then have to do the forfeit roll. Fine, you know, I'm okay with that as well. I am a fair individual. That is 2,501 KC of the Skelly Bobs. That means we're officially halfway to the drop rate now. Yeah, they're dying pretty quick. Not too bad. That's fair. I mean, that's what I mean. I wanted to get people's sort of feedback on that rather than just saying, no, I'm not going to do it. Because I want to keep it as within the rule set as possible everywhere we possibly can. Because it makes it fun. It makes it harder in certain areas. But if it's completely broken by design, then I think, yeah, we just have to say, backlog this, do it this order. This order gets done first. And then sort of just go from there. Because the Void Gear would be a massive upgrade. It's just obviously 93 Slayer is quite far away still. Yeah, that's fair. Skatizo as punishment. Look, if I risk getting stuck like Cans was, I just don't think I could. I don't think I could do that. But actually, what's Cans on at the moment? Oh. Yeah. No. Although Skatizo would be really good for Slayer. If that was unlocked, it means I could then start farming down in the caverns. 745, yeah. Brutal. Brutal. Seven, 4, 5. Oh. To be fair, I hated making 130k cannonballs, so I can't imagine how you're feeling about it. You know, making that many cannonballs to farm up totems to go in and try the kills. That's commitment. But I think it should be on the wheel. It should definitely be put on there now. No use keeping it off. I think, okay, so just spitballing an idea here whilst we're doing very high octane click intensive gameplay. With the wheel, do you think it's okay for me to whittle it down to 30 before I add more to? Or you think just as soon as I can add it, do add it? Because obviously my percentage chance of pulling something like marks of grace is already 2%. So by chucking a bunch of stuff on there, that goes down, well, it's a 1 in 42, which could go down to like a 1 in 65 or something. Yeah, Padme, it takes so long. It's so long. I think that's... So actually making the cannonballs themselves, once you just run back and forth from Edgeville, it feels okay. It's the buying out the iron and coal, and then blast furnacing them into steel bars. That, yeah, that's the bit that's the worst part. You see, Grizz, I do have the Oats choice on the wheel now. But I think, given the nature of how I would go about that, me picking... I don't know, maybe. Yeah, for sure. The smelting part is rough. See, picking one after every 5 green logs would be... I mean, it would be preferable and easier on me, but I don't mind just doing complete randomness. It has stung me a little bit, but at the same time, you know, having to do Sepulchre, for instance, before unlocking the other agility things and going from 50 to 95 wasn't great, but it was unique. Never done it, never would have played the account like that ever. So it kind of, as long as I maybe I put another 1 or 2 Oats freedom of choice in there, so there's 3 on the wheel or something. Maybe that would just give it a bit more chance of me landing it. Because then I'd have a 6% chance of picking one. Slayer bosses work as the Slayer goes up, I will put every available Slayer boss on the wheel. So if I can do it, then it goes on the wheel. So that's why I kind of want to push my Slayer level a wee bit, just because at the moment it's 50, so I can't do any of the Slayer bosses. But as and when I do get high enough, let's say I get, is it 80 for Cerberus? Maybe 80, 88 in this game. Why am I checking that? I need to check Slayer. 91. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so let's say Abyssal Demons. Let's use those as the example. If I get to 85, then instantly the Abyssal Sire goes on. Something that I have to do. He will then go on the wheel, sorry. But because I can't do him, there's no point putting him on the wheel yet. Unless I landed it, then I'd have to go on a massive Slayer grind before I could do it, type thing. So realistically, Slayer needs to come up now. The account's at a good enough point to just smash it. So that'll probably be the next sort of big push. Do a big Slayer push, unlock a couple more bosses, slap those on the wheel, and then I'll be locked to those if I landed on them. Poet. These bones are staying firmly on the floor. These ones are only 4 prayer XP per pickup though, so it's not too bad. The other ones though was a bit sad. These are just regular old bones. Barrow's temp, yeah. It is true. It is true. It's just one of those things that now that I'm this far in, you know, I kind of don't want to mix it up too much. But I will happily put on 3 Oats choices on the wheel, because then, you know, I've got 3 chances out of 40 of picking something for myself. And maybe those Oats choices don't disappear. Maybe they stay on, because then it would always be 3 choices out of, let's say there's 43 things on the wheel. I'll always have those 3 Oat picks. Because right now there's only 1 on there. But if there's 3 on there, Not too shabby, right? That instantly increases the chances. Plus, there are some on there that I wouldn't mind doing. But yeah. I think maybe just keep it a percentage chance of getting that particular thing, right? Because then if I keep the wheel going down before I add stuff, but I always have the 3 oats choices, if we then we get down to 33 or 30 and we still have 3 oats choices on there, then suddenly it's not looking so bad. And then I'll slam it full of more stuff and then be miserable. Oats choice of dessert. I love an apple crumble, mate. Love a bit of pud. Especially if it's got custard. Oh. Bit of ambrosia custard on there. Go on. Oh, instantly that's made me hungry, thinking of crumble. Warm custard as well, though. What about you, Poet? If you had to pick? Obviously, I'm going to count out your tiramisu draw. Because that's got to stay. Before you deny it, I've seen the tiramisu draw. But putting more of the Oats choices on there would definitely allow for a little bit of theory crafting. It's still based on a complete random chance of landing on it, because you could just never land it. This is incorrect. I know you have a tiramisu draw. Love a bit of pud. Sticky toffee pudding is banging. It's also moreish. Like, I don't think I've ever said that's enough. That's too much. So if you could pick one thing off the wheel that you would want me to see, want me to do, other than Guardians, because I know you want me to do Guardians, what would you do? If it was your pick on that entire wheel, if you had an Oats pick, what would you go for? Would you go for a green log that is fast, so you have another one ticked off, like a Camdozel or something? Or would you go, this is the most beneficial to the account's progression, and then go for one of those, even if it's a longer, more difficult grind? Let's say Moon's Apparel, for instance, or a raid to the first 100 cape. What would your approach be? Just very curious, sort of different playstyles and how you go about it. Because ultimately the goal is to fully green log. So do you want to get closer up the ladder, or make life easier later on by doing a harder grind to get the gear? Because realistically, Nightmare is on there, and it could be rolled, and that would be awful. But having full Inquisitor with Inquisitor staff and the mace would be mad. Now, Dank, if you're picking Trouble Brewing for me to do, I hate you. If you're picking it for yourself, then fair enough, you know? Each to their own. True. True. Do you think 93 Slayer is a quite a too long of a requirement to go for? Because what I'm thinking is I would like to do a Slayer section that doesn't break any of the rules, but do a bunch of Slayer leveling coming up soon. Just to get me a bit closer. And then let's say I was like 80. Then maybe pushing to 93 wouldn't be so bad as a requirement. But, you know, Slayer's a bit slow, depending on what you get. If I unlock Tormented Demons, for instance, if I rolled TDs and then was doing them as Slayer tasks, oh, that'd be insane. The XP is crazy there. You'd love to see it done correctly. What do you mean? You just spam buckets in the... Put buckets in the hopper and then you get some pieces of 8, right? Fair enough. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's one of those things that is... I don't know how long it takes to level up Slayer now. I've done it previously, but depending on what you have as tasks, what you're skipping, and if you go for an optimal route, obviously there are certain things you'll have to avoid. Like, I wouldn't be able to do boss Slayer tasks, so every one of those would have to be a skip. But then I guess I just wouldn't unlock bosses, right? I just leave that alone. Until I hit 93 Slayer, then I'd unlock bosses. But yeah, Slayer is a big portion of this account that needs to be addressed, because it is, at the moment, holding back a lot of different things. Same as Monks of Grace. Just the achievement diaries and stuff like that, really. But yeah, I mean, I could sit there and grind it out. It just depends on how long that would take to hit 93 Slayer from 50. Because sometimes I don't go on quest tangents because they might take too long. But if it's for the log, then it's different. But I do love a tangent, let's be honest. And that would be quite the epic tangent. Do you know if you can boost for the Thermi kill? Just for one? So would it technically have to be 88 that you'd have to hit? And then you could get a +5 boost or something? Or do you have to be 92? Or 93, whatever it was? Oh, that is tragic. That would be nice. Because that would be quite a few levels saved. Disaster. Okay. Okay, I mean, I guess that's something. Hydra's 95, isn't it, though? That's like the last bastion of Slayer. Realistically, I think what we'll do is we will put on 2 more Oats choices onto the wheel, but I'll do it live. When we eventually finish Champion's Cape, we're going to do our very first live wheel spin, at which point I will manually add in 2 more Oats choices. So we have 3 Oats choices out of, I guess it would be 40 44 options. Give it a spin, see what we land on. And then, depending on what it is, obviously we'll dictate what shenanigans we get up to. But yeah, it might just be something that I have to address and do maybe a Slayer section. If it's a shorter grind, I can always weave in like 15 levels of Slayer and just say I'm going to do a little bit here. Because 15 levels of Slayer is not too bad to weave into a video. Wolfric, my friend, we cannot have a chat's choice when people like Grizz and Dank exist. Because whatever is the worst one, aka Nightmare, they will try and rally people to pick that one, and then I'll be screwed. But we could, I mean, there could be a chat's choice. It's just then how would I just have to figure out the way to, maybe it would be a poll or something. But it does stall the account for a while until the poll is done, right? So it would be like, maybe you've got 3 days to vote and just hope enough people vote to get like a diverse. Yeah, exactly, right. If you get any messages from Grizz or Dank, just ignore them. They will try and bribe you. I mean, it's an option. The viewer choice could also go on. I think that would have to be... Yeah, 12 hours. We've got to take into account time zone as well, though. Yeah, fair. Maybe that would be it then. I mean, I'm all for adding in additional bits of fun, because as the channel and community has grown, when I first was sitting there making the wheel and putting the things on there, obviously I hadn't thought in, as you've come to know me through interactions of watching my videos and now seeing me fumble about on live, I'm not the most put together theoretical individual. I don't theory craft that hard. So when I did put the wheel together, it's been as best as it could be up to that point. And then I've had big brain individuals such as yourself in the community who have pointed out certain things that I wouldn't even think of that have led to the wheel being improved, which means the content gets improved, which means the wheel gets improved. All that kind of stuff has just been like a knock-on effect of you guys putting input in. So if there's a community option for that, sure. If that's what people want, 100%. I'm not against it. I think anything that has people giving valuable input like they have been, I'm all for it. I don't think I could have done all the theory crafting stuff on my own at all. I've had a lot of help from the clan members, the channel members. They've just been piping up with ideas, fixing some problems. I do very much appreciate each and every one of you that has been doing that, because as I said, I'm not the best at it, so lean on the people that are lumpy brained, you know. It has been wonderful. I'm just a fool that sits here for many hours at a time then trying to do the grind that we land on. But, you know, we'll land on a super lucky grind soon. Surely, I reckon, right? People say streamer luck. First wheel spin, we'll get some streamer luck. And if not, then it's rigged. As I said, it's a hoax. We are 250 kills off of 3,000 skeletons. They are dying. Considering we started off at 460 today. Is that a nerd warning? Yeah, you've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break. I've considered it, and I will not. Thing is, as well, with the community vote, I think there would be a good balance with people wanting to actively help the account progress, and then just for the memes, rough grinds to put me on. So I think that would be the fun balancing act, you know? We still need to play Hunt at some point. We do. I'm just gonna have old man clicks, you know? I'll be hiding in a bush with a crossbow. Getting 99 ranged in that as well. Slow and steady. Goes through to the answer. Actually, I don't even know if I have a voicemail. I turned that off ages ago. It's a fantastic tool for not getting marketing calls. Or you pick up the phone and you just breathe really heavily down the line. If you're ever bored and want to try it, I mean, you don't have to ever pick up marketing calls. It's an unknown number, but if you fancy it, just pick up the phone and breathe really aggressively down the line. Can be good fun. That's what misses you. The bayou. Out in the swamps, eh? Have you been playing much? Or are you slowly dipping your toes back in? Yeah, that counts as a marketing call to me, you know? That's all under the same brush. Excuse me, sir, would you please pay back your university loan? Just heavy breathing. Might I suggest the lance? Can't get scared off if you run around with the lance, you know? Oh. Forgot about these. See, I never played the first one, and by the first one, I don't know if there's multiple versions of it because I've never played it. But I have heard that you do enjoy them. You could always lure Dank back to the bayou. Out there killing sand crabs. Well, I mean, you know, that's pretty much OSRS in a nutshell. Although, actually, I say that. You're a bit old school with that because there's now the gem crab, which is just big crab. Crab squared. Always better, yeah. It's basically just a giant crab that doesn't move until a certain amount of damage, and then it moves to a spot, and then everyone follows it and smacks it in the head. So you don't have to keep walking around and resetting and aggro and stuff, picking up the other crabs. You can just AFK there for a long, long time. I haven't actually done it on... No, I haven't done it on this account at all. It's, yeah. It's not high tech. You just relax into it, you know? Recline in your chair as far back as you can go. Get a cup of tea. Hit the crab. XP go up. Smiles happen. Come on now. Give us a scroll now. It's been a little while. What about Left 4 Dead 2? That's the same vibes, isn't it? Yeah, it is quite overwhelming, that game. If you don't know what you're looking at, that game was a lot. But Dark Tide, that is Warhammer 40k, isn't it? Oh, yes. I do quite enjoy reading the Warhammer lore. Mainly the... is it Horus Heresy? Or it's just the short stories, like the horror stories of the 40k universe. I know you can play one of those giant guys that it just lobs. He just swings that big club around. Or is it giant combat knives? Oh, he's got a shield. And instead of lobbing a grenade, he lobs the box. I want to say Frother, but I think that's Slay, isn't it? Ogren, that's the one. An Ogren. Oh my. No worries, my man. Have a fantastic evening. I hope the One Piece is One Piecening. And there is high octane piratey stuff going on. Oh, and give the doggo a scritch for me. Because I'm hoping the dog is watching One Piece with you as well. Oh, clue juggle. Need to go back and do that. 50 seconds. I can make that surely. Can't it be fine? There we go. Whoops, that was close. Nearly lost my precious clues. Right, give me 2 seconds. Just got to refill my water. And we're back. See, almost. If I said to get a cup of tea, then I wouldn't be back. He's what Dank always says. He says he's gone. He's snacking. When it comes up to filling the 2-litre chug jug, then it's nice and quick. How are we looking? Coming up to 3,000 kills now. We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm pretty sure I've got a fire talisman. I'm going to pick one up anyway. Now you see, if I'm streaming, then I just won't make tea, you know? Because if I say I'm going to make tea, the snack, I have to get a snack. If I'm just filling up my water bottle, it's fine. That's a quick one. Although, it might not be a bad idea to make some, just make some little snack boxes next to me. Little chicken rice, chicken pasta type thing. And we can do a oat mukbang, where I sit there just scrumping down some chicken real fast. I'm sure that would be horrific to watch. .5 seconds of confusion before I forget what I've been doing. True. If I'm startled, then yeah, I do forget what I'm doing. Or if someone lures me away with the temptation of snacks, you see. Slayer log is, yeah, it's completely passive, so I can go for it if I want something off of there. So something I'm really, really tempted to go and get is the miscellaneous and Slayer is the same thing. Is the Pharaoh Scepter, because the altar in the house would be fantastic to get also. So I'm thinking maybe at some point do a little Pharaoh grind. And I say little. Obviously, people end up going to 99 without getting that thing. So it could be something I chip away at now and then. Big quality of life with the account. But in terms of the Slayer log, there's... yeah, what's even on here? You just have to be careful because stuff like this, so the Glacial Tomotley, for instance, is on the Slayer log, but I'm pretty sure it's also... Yeah, there. It's on the Amoxalatl boss log. So there's a couple of crossovers there that we do not want to get baited by. So I have to just filter through as I go. Because there was also the Sulfur Nagua blades as well. But I think they're tied to something else. The Sulfur blades are tied to... I'd have to look through, but they're definitely... I think they're tied to something that stopped me getting them. So I'm avoiding shared clogs if it's avoidable to do so. So the Glacial Tomotley things I will avoid because I'm... Maybe it isn't. I can't remember. Maybe I was just looking at the frost ones that I couldn't do. But I'm avoiding it where possible. But let's say like the Onyx, for example, crosses so many different logs that it's kind of unavoidable to get. The only rule I'm making at the moment is I can't go and buy one from... Oh, what's the place? The lava place until I unlock one through a log. Otherwise, I just go and buy one, right? So that will suck going forward if I haven't hit a boss that I can get Onyxes from, and I've rolled Tormented Demons or Black Demons to get. That is Tormented Demons, right? Whatever you get the Zenites from. Okay, maybe they are doable. Can't remember why I thought they weren't doable. Fair. Yeah, maybe that's something that I could do then. But yeah, if it's got a shared log that is unavoidable, then I'll be able to do it. So for instance, Colosseum has Sunfire Splinters on it, but so does the Huaycotl, however you say its name. So I would have to... So, okay, I rolled Sunfire Splinters by getting a Sunlight Antelope, and then I got screwed over because I technically could have avoided it. But if it's unavoidable, then yeah, if it's a crossed unavoidable log, then it's fine. Oh, I'll definitely hit you up for that. That would be fantastic. Yeah, because it's the kind of stuff that... let's have a look. So if we go to... Huaycotl. Oh, he doesn't have them on there. I think it was the seeds that was on there or something. Maybe he has it on the normal drop table. But there's certain things that if it crosses over, then it's okay. Obviously, you just have to do some quest completion to start them. Fair enough. Yeah, so exactly, something like that. If a boss, sorry, if a Slayer monster drops a seed, like the Hoyaska seed, then I can't do it because technically that is a completely avoidable log. If you're picking up stuff across all of them, then yeah, it doesn't matter. Amoxalatus also drops the seeds as well, or... Because Varlamore does screw it a little bit with the amount of crossover there is between Sunfire Splinters and seeds. So once I got one of them organically, then it's okay. Ah, okay. $40 more kills and we are at 3,000 skeletons killed. Spooky. $99 defense could happen. Or maybe not. If that calculation is correct and it is 4 hours, then perhaps not. Because this will be a 6-hour stream today. So we still got an hour and 40 minutes. So I think what we're probably going to end up doing is getting close. But then like attack, we're going to try and get it to 12,000-ish. And then we'll slowly whittle it down till it's about 1,000 away. And then we're going to try and kill the champion, the main champion, with a shared weapon that gives us the champion cape, the attack cape, and defense cape in one. Because life is already not hard enough when it comes to extreme logging. We have to just do some extra stuff, you know? I mean, that's the intention, but we'll see how that goes. I'll just take a scroll, to be honest. That'd be bliss. I hope we don't get another clue drop in the last 10 minutes of the stream. It's got to be before, surely. Because that's been the last 2 now? I think it was Joggers and then Giants was the same. Just as we were wrapping up, they dropped it. It got me curious now as to what other crossovers there are between the various bosses. Because I know obviously there's something like that, the Dragon Pick, that's across all the wieldy bosses, right? So if I were to get it from... I think it's a broken pick from Volcanic Mine, but if I did get it from that, for instance... Don't know if it counts as a log once it's done. But then let's say I got it from Calvarion, it would then come across all of them. Oh, perfect, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, because it's made, right? It's fixed from a broken one, so it's the broken one that's on the log, and then it doesn't count. But if you got one obviously dropped from one of the... Like, let's say Callisto dropped it, then it would go across all of them, right? Chaos Elemental, etc. But if we go... Is it? Oh, it's a mini game, right? Yeah, broken one, fair enough. Yeah, exactly. They're all shared, so that's kind of an unavoidable one. But that does mean when we eventually start hitting those wieldy bosses that getting 2 of those items does reduce the other items we need. Although usually it's the slightly more difficult to get Voidwaker pieces and pets that are the issue. We are 3/5 of the way to the drop rate. And counting. I'm trying to think what my next ranged upgrade is going to be. Because currently to shoot rune arrows I have an MSB. I have a rune crossbow for adamant ruby bolts or adamant diamond bolts. Which fortunately I do have quite a few of from Sepulchre. But I guess after that it would be the Eclipse set, right? Because that set's insane. But you wouldn't really use the atlatl on its own, would you? You'd have to be wearing the set for it to be viable. Like I wouldn't run around with Carol's on and then use the atlatl to throw. Maybe you would. It's a bit weird how this is a one-handed axe, the zombie axe, but the swing touches the other hand and then it's like a two-handed swing. I guess he kind of pushes his elbow as he swings, but... Let's have a look. See, I didn't even consider that. If you look at Abyssal Sire, that's a good point. Instantly, you can't do any Abyssal Demons. But then I guess I wouldn't be farming Abyssal Demons for whips. I'd have to be just going straight for a boss task to do them. But that's there's so much crossover from all the different stuff. Kraken Tentacle. Yeah. I think it would just be the kind of thing that if I'm going into any of the Slayer log content, I would just have to make sure, yeah, didn't correlate with the boss. And then on top of that, I should push for Slayer tasks or boss Slayer tasks for any content I can do. So if I have Abyssal Demons, I'd only go and do Abyssal Sire. Wait. Sorry, I have to unlock Abyssal Sire. And then wouldn't do any Abyssal Demons until he was rolled on the thing and green logged. And then I could do it. Or technically, if I did get him as the current task on the wheel, then I would be able to go and kill Abyssal Demons to get the whip in the first place. And then I could go back to him. Yes, so I technically can do it because it's a crossover item that drops across multiple logs. It's just because I wasn't supposed to. The other one was avoidable. If I roll Huey, it's unavoidable, so I can do that technically. Because Sunfire Splinters is a bit of a shitty one. If it was Lockpine Coliseum off the rip, then that wipes out a couple of different bits of content straight away. The one that I'm looking forward to, but also a little bit apprehensive about, is actually doing Fire Cape. Because if all goes well, and you get the pet nice and early, I mean, the Fire Cape itself is a really big upgrade, but going for the pet, it can be a bit tricky and supply costing. So I just have to learn how to do the prayer flicking, to be honest with you, but... Going for the Jad pet, kind of spooky. Have you done Fire Capes? or no? What was the KC looking like for that? Ah, of course it was 14 KC. I mean, to be fair, your luck waxes and wanes, so fair enough. Fair enough. You deserve that 14 KC there. Makes up in other places, hopefully. Yeah, exactly. So with Inferno, the thing is, I've never done it before ever. I've always been a cheesecake haver, never a like big dog Inferno boy. So I don't know when I would actually add that, on the basis that realistically I would like to be able to do the content without completely rinsing the accounts for everything. But maybe? I'd probably wait till I had a couple of upgrades at least secured on the account and then put it on the wheel. Because that pet would be brutal as well. Well, you do get the chance of the cape trading, don't you, as well? So you do up your chance a little bit. It's the 1.5 hour clear time that would be debatable for me. Because I'm not sure what the best setup would be going forward. And it's only really prayer pots that would be the issue. Chugging through those. But I guess I could do a melee clear, right? But yeah, I could hunt then, also hunt Jad tasks to get that Slayer up. Assassin, my friend, hello, welcome. We are 5 out of 10 at the moment. Where are we? Scroll up, my mouse wheel is absolutely cooked at the moment. We've done the hardest ones, so we're looking at Lesser Demons done, Joker's done, Zombies done, Giants and Ghouls all completed. Ignore the Earth Warriors. We are now working our way through the last couple of these, going from highest HP to lowest. So it's going to be Skeletons, Hobgoblins, Imps, and then Goblins, just because Imps are a bit more frustrating to deal with the teleport mechanic. And I'm doing Earth Warriors off stream. We're at 3000 KC on the Earth Warriors with no scroll yet. So we're still chipping away at that one. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think the dam has basically broken after the big boys were taken out. Now it's pretty smooth sailing. The stress levels are down. The stress levels will go down even further if we get a sub 5k skeleton scroll. Ohili, my man, how are you doing? We are on 3,139 Skelly Bobs killed. So we are 3/5 of the drop rate. Hoping we slide just underneath. I hope you've had or are having a good day, my friend. Fingers crossed. We had non-believers. Well, actually, my poll was very vague. I gave a yes/no poll selection to a non-yes/no answer question. So I think people believe it's going to be under 5k, but I can't even tell my own info off the poll. So who knows? We are due an under drop rate one, I believe. Or was Giants just under also? Let's have a look. Yeah, on. Oh no, Giants was under. Okay, maybe we're not due an under one then. Oh dear. Good man. I'm glad to hear it. I thought we were actually on drop rate for the... Oh no, we were over. Never mind, I just tricked myself. We were just over on the Giants because we did 2k Moss Giants and then 3.3k Hill Giants. So yeah, no, we are due an under one. Ignore me. I don't know what I'm talking about. See, that is the only downside, isn't it? But then surely me putting the video together is it'll be very different style to the streams, you know? It'll still be the style that you enjoy. The streams is just a way, because it takes 40 to 50 days between some of my videos. Just to keep up, really. So I can interact, have a chat, put out more content. Because the alternative is to make the videos shorter and more of them. But I quite like the longer format. I think it's nice. And you need to fit everything into one, you know? So it just means between those sort of 40-day uploads, there's a little bit more. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, the biggest consideration for me when starting to do the streaming was how it would and will impact my YouTube videos, because that's the fun thing, you know. The streaming is completely separate to the videos. Yeah, exactly. As Dang said, like I'm using it, so I've got clean recordings for everything. The streaming stuff is just there as supplementary, something to tune into if you like it, you know. And then everything else stays exactly as it is. I'm glad that people are enjoying the longer form content, just because it's, you know, it's one of those ones that some people get put off by seeing a longer video. I mean, obviously not everyone is here at the moment, and the people that have tuned in and followed along, that's their jam too. But me personally, I like a long form video also, which is why I'm sort of doing them in that style. Just because if it's too short and it's very fast-paced machine gunny, I kind of get a bit lost. Or the jumping around of I did this, I did this, I did this, sometimes throws me off a touch. If I look away for too long, which is my own fault completely, but if I look away for too long, or if I'm doing something on the side, I lose track of where I am. So yeah, I like long form. I think it's good fun. It takes a long time to edit though, which is why such a long time between the videos. Sending you to sleep with some old school RuneScape shenanigans. That's fair enough, man. Thing is as well though, what I'm probably going to do is, because I haven't got a streaming schedule in place as of yet, the way that I foresee it going forward is to not get like a really crazy disparity between stream content and YouTube videos. It would be, as and when a grind is finished, I will take however long it needs in terms of time off to make sure it's edited. Excuse me. I hope I can mute or coughed at the microphone. To make sure that it's edited and then put the video out before I move on to the next thing. Because then you're going to be seeing live updates of what the wheel roll was. But at the same time, if there's like a 2-month difference between, like I've moved on 3 grinds ahead and the video is still behind, first off, that sounds like a headache to deal with. And secondly, yeah, it might spoil a couple of things along the way. But yeah, it's all new, it's all fun. I'm learning as I go. I've never streamed. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's working out at the moment. People seem to be having a good time listening to me yap. And it has been great fun chatting to you guys, because it just gives me that extra, like, obviously I see you guys popping up in the comments, asking questions and interacting, but being able to just chat to you like this is really nice. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? If I'm already sitting there grinding away for multiple hours, then you might as well join me on that journey. And there might be certain grinds that you just are not interested in at all, and at which point you just turn me off. Pop me in your pocket. I'll be here. And then when you're interested in a grind again, you can pop back on. But I mean, something like Champions it's quite a slow one. So in terms of high octane gameplay, not that much. In terms of time to just sit here and chat, lots. So that has been nice. But in terms of the streaming, actually technical side of it, I've had the fortune of Mr. Dank here helping me set stuff up. The man is a wizard. And it has been made a lot easier thanks to his help moving stuff around, figuring out setups and stuff. So eternally grateful to that man. I feel like it was a relatively smooth transition into first stream. We didn't have any major issues. Probably just the shock of seeing me and being like, oh, what's he doing on the screen? Who's that strange man floating in the map? You just got to fold it up. You know, like you can fold paper. Just keep folding the screen and eventually it will fit in the pocket. Easy. Pixman, I promise you, it's the last 15 minutes of every stream and there seems to be a scroll drop for some reason. So you can tune in, find out when I'm starting, be like, yep, in 5 or 6 hours from now, he's turning off. Actually, funnily enough, I've just realised the time. It is about 10 minutes-ish until we wrap. For some reason I thought I started at 4, but I started at 5, which is my bad. There's still a late dinner to have. You hear that, Jagex? I've said that I'm ending in 10 minutes, therefore, now the scroll will drop. Alright, the script has been written. I'm from the UK, sir. Great Britain, innit? If you're asking specifically where in the UK, I am based south of London at the moment. Yeah, let me just get the longitude, latitude. Write that down quickly. It'd just be a little patch of trees with a really long extension cable. Me sitting there. But I have to get a villain chair and a cat so that when you arrive, I can spin around slowly and say I've been expecting you. Because if we're not going to do that, I'm not interested. That's the deal breaker for me. So if anyone has a very fancy big leather chair and or cat, then we can talk. We can set that up. Okay, so we would have done 3,000 kills this stream, so that's not too bad. That's not too shabby. Well, what about you, Assassin? You UK based? You American? I'm only saying that UK and American. Obviously, there's a lot of other places, but that seems to be the 50-50 sort of split on viewership from what I've seen. Iceland, hell yeah. Are the days getting longer for you now, or is it still dark early, light late vibes? Oh, Denmark, okay. Yeah, I know Danish. I don't. I know a couple of catchphrases. Specifically Yatabe. That's it. So do you have the Icelandic approach of I'm just used to it now and I don't mind, or are you of the temperament that as it gets more into summer, you welcome the longer, brighter days? Because some people don't seem to mind at all. I personally, I never used to mind, but now that it's getting lighter for longer, I am a big fan. Maybe it's coming with age, you know? It does feel nicer, doesn't it? You just feel like you've got more time in your day to do what you want to do. Even if you know you've got a commitment that you have to take that takes up most of the day, like working hours, depending on night shift, all that kind of stuff. You still feel like you get a bit of daylight for yourself. Yeah, exactly. Before the sun rises, after it sets, and then just darkness. Gotta get yourself one of those daylight lamps. Supposedly they make a difference. I haven't used one myself, but I can see the appeal. I mean, I'm currently getting blinded by that very white light, so maybe that's the equivalent. I sort of just constantly got a look of confusion and fear on my face. But that's just the light blinding me. See, I've got Scottish skin, so even if I was in the brightest, warmest country in the world, all I would do is burn. So I have to put on factor 50 and then hide from the sun anyway. But I can appreciate it from a distance, you know, from the window. Friends and family, think about it. So, yeah, it's a strange one. My friends are incredibly supportive. Family is also super supportive because this isn't what I do full time. This is what I do in between quiet periods, which I know sounds crazy because I can sit here and spend 6 hours playing the game, but what I do is I'm a cinematographer, and it's kind of shoots come in and out. There's quite a long gap between different shoots. So in that downtime, I play a lot of games anyway. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together of making content and playing games that I really enjoy. And we've ended up in this sort of weird midpoint here. I mean, a lot of people that hop on, say hi, that's friends that I know in real life. Yeah, family doesn't really watch me particularly. But you know, they always say now and then how the shenanigans going. My brothers do, at least. My parents are slightly less clued up, but it just gives me a bit of time to yeah, I mean, predominantly historically, sorry, I don't particularly like editing, but I can edit. So I thought, you know what, and that's also kind of why I make the longer form video stuff, just because it makes sense story wise to put stuff together like that and have it be a bit longer rather than sort of clip cutting. Favorite cinema? You're going to be very disappointed, because in terms of, you know, if you're talking your absolute classics that everyone goes on about, like Reservoir Dogs and all this kind of stuff, I just love Lord of the Rings. I think it's fantastic. It ticks every box of like the D&D nerd, fantasy universe type stuff. Harry Potter, all those, growing up with them, fantastic as well. I do also like quite a lot of Korean drama, which is, I've been put onto that by my missus. I never sort it out, but do like it. You've got Wong Kar-wai as well. He does some fantastic cinema, really strange stuff. Oh, that's a frog. We don't want the frog. Star Wars, I've watched all the Star Wars. Actually, that's a lie. I haven't watched the newer Star Wars stuff, but I watched the originals. Not particularly space enjoyer, but I do recommend Interstellar if you haven't seen it, which pretty much everyone has, but Interstellar, fantastic. And that's obviously all space-based. Yeah, Lord of the Rings just hit different. It was exactly what we needed at the time. And even though the Lord of the Rings TV series had however many X times the budget, the costuming was horrific in the series in comparison to the films. I just feel like the attention to detail in the films was so much. Yeah, CGI as well. They just, everything is CGI, or they use foam armor, and they're like, yeah, that'll do. Whereas you see in the Lord of the Rings films, I mean, I'm sure there's obviously prop armor put in there, but they'll put a lot of effort and money into making that look genuine. Yeah, Interstellar's fantastic. Really, really good film. Oh, clue box. But then, do you guys like anime? Are you a fan of, well, specifically Ghibli? Because anime and Ghibli are, they're the same thing, but they're also, in my opinion, slightly different. The Boy and the Heron. Oh my god, that was such a good film. Elfin Light, I've seen that as well. That was good. That was a dark one. Yeah, it's definitely up there on like sort of dipping your toes in. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you got to separate the art from the artist, don't you? And the films are spectacular. Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, all that stuff. I could watch them all day, every day. Yeah, Totoro as well. So there's a lot of emotion and feelings baked into all of them. Whether it be just feel-good vibes or, yeah, heart-wrenching. But yeah, fantastic. Miyazaki stuff's insane. Oh, it's a banger. See, I would have said Howl's Moving Castle for me personally, until I watched Boy and the Heron. And that somehow trumped out the nostalgia as well, which was weird, because nostalgia is a powerful tool when it comes to watching anything, right? You remember back and you're like, no, this is the best thing in the world. And then you rewatch it and you're like, oh, maybe not. Or you watch it again and you double down and say, yes, this is fantastic. Right. In 80 more kills, I'll have to call the stream there. That means we would have had exactly 3,000 kills of skeletons today. Not to mention the fact that we also, before stream, made 32,000 cannonballs. So it's been a bit of a long one. Cannonball making sucks. Do not recommend. But it has to be done so that we can just blast things for the entire stream. So Scroll, if you want to drop in 80 kills, that'd be very appreciated. No worries, Healy, mate. You have a good night, and I'll catch you maybe on the next one. Accidental skinning pets, fortunately, are absolutely fine. I didn't... See, when I made the rule set of this, I didn't want to make it so stringent that I wouldn't be able to have fun. Because that was very important. Because doing something of an extreme nature, you do want to not want to, you know, dread every second of it. So accidental skinning pets comes along with this Slayer and Miscellaneous log, where if it drops, fantastic. That's something I don't have to hunt in the future. Because it's like the fishing pet, for instance. I'm now 21 mil fishing XP. So technically wouldn't want to be hunting for the heron, but it might come when I'm going for other grinds that have fishing on it, you know? But I would definitely welcome a couple of random pets, because it just means it's something I don't have to worry about in the future. Namely Rocky. Rocky is such a cool pet. Yes, clue logs are also free. Yeah. Because getting locked to a clue log would be... I mean, imagine if you got locked to like the hard clue logs. Especially on like an early account, right? You'd just be screwed. I still haven't green logged any of them yet. Because the shared one, we are still missing a Guthix page after 608 clues. Not great. Yeah, it's still just the one slip up. I've been as meticulous as I can with not. That's why I always do the little secret there. The reason I always do an oat speed prep is to put down in writing and see it multiple times that this is what happens when I do this thing, which sounds stupid, but I also constantly cock up, so I can't be that good at it. But I do this oat speed prep, so I go, cool, this is what I need to avoid, do, not do. And then it just makes it a bit easier not to mess things up. Because eventually the logs are going to look a little bit scuffed. When I start getting wilderness bosses, for instance, I'm going to get dragon pickaxes, dragon two-handers, and that does span multiple logs. So anytime I go to do something, it'll be like, it's no longer 0 out of 6, it'll be 2 out of 6. Because it was RTO that I did, and now I have to do Callisto or something. But as long as there is a clear line of how X, Y, Z happened, and it's within the rule set, then it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, and the ironic thing is Sunfire Splinters also span across Huaycotl and the Colosseum. So there's a couple of different places you can get them. If I'm going for something on that log and they drop as an incidental, unavoidable incidental, then it's okay. So any other time, that Sunfire Splinter wouldn't have been a problem. But it still does mean that I wouldn't be able to hunt Sunfire... Sorry, I wouldn't be able to hunt Sunlight Antelopes. Because the Sunfire Splinter isn't on the Huaycotl log, it's on the Colosseum log. But I still wouldn't be able to actively do something that wasn't the boss grind when going for it. Right, let's pick up the cannon. I realise I have 1 minute to juggle my clues before they despawn. Been cutting it fine on those, but we haven't lost one yet. I think after losing the 15 initially, I've been more on it. Let's just put these away so I've got some room to juggle. Nope, drop. Okay. So I'll keep all this stuff because I will be going back down there at some point. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, the format won't be changing. That'll be staying the same. These are just a nice little accompaniment. I'm going to go for 2 times a week. It kind of depends on how hectic life gets. But 2 times a week is what we're going for. I think I could probably manage 2 times a week consistently. It's just if I'm away for a longer period of time, maybe it will be a back-to-back stream. But I'd like to leave a couple days in between. There's no set-in-stone schedule yet, which I'm working on trying to nail down, but with the nature of what I do, sometimes I do have to pop off on what would be a scheduled streaming day. So I will always try and announce ahead of time. So if you're not on the Discord already, then please do join the Discord. It's on the link of all of my videos. I'm doing daily announcements on there. Still need to tweak that so I don't annoy everyone with the at everyone's. But I will get that fixed. But yeah, that has been 3,000 skeletons killed. Couple cannonballs shot. We are making progress towards the scroll. Thank you for watching, everyone. Let's put up the little animation there. Take that one off. And I will say, have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will catch you on the next one. Thank you, thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a good evening. Get some scran, get a cup of tea, and relax. Peace.